Oh, okay. Um, our quest log is pretty sparse actually. Yeah, that's it. There's no main quest left. Another one of these combat ones came up. Hi Targ, and I had to take it. So I don't know. I think there's like two or three left if we can get them to trigger. But the only thing is left is to take the other five settlements for the raiders. Yeah, and see if we can finish that off. So pretty soon I think we'll be moving to finish off one of those other games we kind of skipped a little bit to get to this. Yeah. Now, one second, let me get my reading glasses. Oh, hi again, Dumbledore, and how are you? And what have you guys been up to? Oh, I finished a raider settlement on my time off at Red Rocket in Nuka World. So what we'll do is I'll hit the 5 or 6 spawn points here, and we'll collect a few legendaries. We need a lot of stuff to fix up these raiders. Yeah, it's a bit of a grind, but it's actually kind of fun. And this, I've just fixed this up, let's say, just for storage. Yeah, let's just say we won't be short on legendary weapons. Ghost Recon. Breakpoint to Sweater. Nice, nice. Now, okay, let's work our way out here. Oh, hi Wolf. And how have you been? Yeah, I finished Red Rock at Nuke World. Must have taken about an hour to figure out a layout that would kind of work. But I didn't overdo it too much. There we go. Now we'll do that in a second. Now, I want to hit the spawn point. Actually, I'll save it here. And I'll show you that and then when I hit the spawn point. But it's getting to the stage now in this game where there's almost not a lot to do. Except a little bit of building, you know. Finer than a frog's hair. That's pretty fine. Oh, hi Jake. And how have you been, Terry? Oh, sure, Terry. And what has upset you? Now, where's this? There it is here. So this is about as finished as it's gonna be. I think there's much more I can do in vanilla anyway. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. All we can do is hope and wait for some good news, Terry. Yeah. So this is our Nuka World Red Rocket. Yeah, this is a huge settlement. You could go really wild here, but what's the point, you know? Oh, I forgot to... Yeah, I'll have to scrap that. I'll do that later. And this one I've done over the course of the last 2 days. The longest thing was getting the materials. What I did with these guys is I got rid of all of their junk, I fixed up their weapons, and I've got them fully kitted out in some Nuka World armor. Now this is the heavy combat armor. It's just with I think one of the quests they gave me an option to paint it with Nuka World, or not Nuka World, Voltec, the Voltec junk. So I thought, yeah, it would kind of fit with the lore, especially with the TV series, you know, the Raiders in the Vault. Might work. Ah, yeah, that is really unfortunate, you know, that you're sick. But, you know, people get sick, Terry. You have to be able to deal with that. You know, as we get older, all the people we know, especially the ones that are much older, they will get sick, as well. And that's part of the whole circle, I'm afraid. Oh, you went to, yeah, that's right. You were doing some birthday shopping. Hmm. Yeah, pretty big. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so as well. It's. I don't know. I think one should do Red Rocket in beside Sanctuary. Kind of seen that, done that. You know. Yeah, I thought so as well. But this is what I've done here on this one. Well, I've fixed it up pretty decently. Ish. Not the worst, I suppose. Yeah, but I didn't want to overdo it on that. I went with that symbol, and of course, I went with these for a change.
I'm not sure what's worse.
As my generators.
Tie or wearing a teddy bear.
Yeah, those there. Yeah, that work. And that's it. It's not overdone. Yeah, I thought, well, yeah, at least one of these.
Finally where we belong.
Yeah, the Voltec thing kind of works. Especially because of the TV series with those guys in the vault. Mm. Oh, thanks, Tubador. Yes, yes. It's been ages since I've done any kind of vanilla stuff, and basically, all vanilla stuff is, 5% of the stuff you had to work with, and you've not much option to clean up. Yes, Terry. They give us that stuff for the quest I did. It's one of the new quests. They give you Halloween decorations, but because they've given it with the update, it's pretty much in the game now. Every time it's downloaded, so it is now unfortunately part of the vanilla game. And I say unfortunately because I have nothing only disdain for Creation Club stuff. Of bargains. Tesco's is quite expensive here, Targ. Yeah. Oh, hi, Shelley. Pretty good, and you? Yeah, I managed to get a little bit of rest. This is pretty hard in this heat, but I got some stuff done I needed to get out of the way as well. I managed to get my driving license renewed for another 10 years. So I think I'll be expired before my next license, so I think I'm okay for driving license for a while. Anyways, but that was a tedious job that one of those ones that you don't kind of look forward to, that kind of hassle. But it was lucky it went smooth enough, so they didn't mess me about too much. So yeah, got lucky. At least that's out of the way. Yeah. Tesco it's like kind of Walmart. Yeah, it's like a kind of Walmart. It started off in the UK and it's here now in Ireland. It's just a big supermarket. Yeah. It's kind of, yeah, Walmart would be more big. Walmart would be, would do a lot more stuff and, a lot more bulk stuff. And this is like your kind of oversized grocery store kind of thing. Yeah. Air conditioning. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. It's never been a thing. As I said, Wolf, I literally don't know anyone here that has air conditioning in their home. Over the last couple of decades, public offices and things like that, I've started getting air conditioning. But if you lived here for even a year, you'd understand, Wolf, why it would be maybe not the thing to do because it's very temperate here, and it gets a bit cold sometimes. The weather is very, very reliable. It's just in these past 10 years, um, the nights have become very humid, so we would probably be getting it not for the heat, but for that kind of dead humidity at night. Me, anyway, I find it. There's lots of people who can deal with it here. See, we're kind of pretty climatized to it, you know. It would be different, maybe if someone, um, you know, who wasn't from here would, visit, Oh my. Oh no, we get nothing like that, Dubaldore. Like, I think, like, we had a crazy summer, I think the year before last, and what was it, Targ? 87? Yeah, that would be considered really freak stuff here. There is, Terry, yeah. Oh, yeah, you've seen it as well. It's not a thing. Yeah, no air conditioning. Yeah, we don't get the extremes in weather, let's say, that the US, you know. But, but yeah, if we got a couple of summers of that kind of weather, oh yeah. Mm. You're right. Yeah, because you're so, yeah. Well, we would find that, very pleasant, that kind of weather. You know. In that kind of weather now, I would be working in a t-shirt and find myself pretty warm. Mm. It was. Yeah, the year before last, I was right. Well, we would consider that crazy warm. Um, but in, the hotter places like, let's say, most of the states in the US, that would be, pretty normal. Yeah, it's the humidity. I don't mind the heat. Mm. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but the summers have been getting way more humid. Shelley, have you found that over the past, let's say, every year for the past, well, to be honest, since the mid '80s? Yeah, yeah. Me myself, I can. Yeah, that would be about. Yeah, yeah. I can do it up to probably probably the early mid '80s. Doesn't bother me. The humidity. Yeah, yeah. But I'm not really sure of the temperature. We don't have the thermostats, things like that. I like it to be a little bit on the cold side, yeah. But here, with no air conditioning, it's something we can't control. But I remember probably the warmest summer in my memory, Wolf, and my memory goes back a good bit, over half a century, but it would have been 1989. My God, that was crazy. We had relentless heat. You should be able to remember that as well, Tark. We had relentless heat for about 3 months without end, for about 12 weeks. Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. It was relentless day and night. Oh my, oh, of course, yeah, in the south. Of course, yeah. You can remember that, yeah? What was it, about 3 months or something we had that for? It was almost a drought, it was that bad. Mm. I do, yeah. I do actually like it a little bit on the cold side. I'd much prefer, let's say, at night to kind of snuggle up in bed, trying to keep it a little bit warm instead of, that relentless humidity. I think so. Yeah, I think that was the one. Yeah, yeah, that would be the one. The National Lottery would have been pretty young at that stage. Yeah, yeah, and here too, O'Keefe. And I hope you've been well. Really? Oh my, on occasion, yeah. You were just a kid. Oh, you were just 13, and you can remember it. Yeah. Well, it's a pity. You would have been 1984. You would have been just 8. But it's possible you might remember the winter of 1984. Yeah, that was something to behold. Yeah, that was the that was the worst winter I can remember. In secondary school. Nice. Oh, really, Terry? Yeah. Okay. This is what I've done here, guys. But we don't get this anymore here, guys. Like spring, summer, autumn, winter, it's kind of much the same. You know, um, it, the rain, we always get rain. It doesn't matter, you know. We'll always get rain on average. Let's say light showers maybe every second day. Say, you know. Um, we're almost always overcast. Just the same stuff, you know. Yeah, 84 would have been the Band-Aid, the Freddie Mercury and the guys, yeah. All the above, yeah. I remember the snowdrifts. I remember actually getting locked in because all my doors and windows were frozen. Yeah, that caught us by surprise actually. Oh yeah, the inside of these. Three stores on each side. And
As
this
long as you value your life, the disciples are
kind of
always
basic
the
look.
greatest choice.
I found use for these guys as well. Or a little kind of nuka look. So, I'm done with this one. There's two more built up that might need touching up. And then there's 5 more to go. If we want to finish this game correctly, well, we don't have to build the settlements, but they're not too bad, and we need something to do. But with that as well, we'll have to collect a boatload of materials for, you know, fixing up. Like we have to get all the armors for the other guys. 21 will rush into these settlements. I have no control of that. It's based on my charisma, and I'll come in pretty quick. So, you know, that's a lot of weapons that need to be fully upgraded. The armors, I did get a head start on the armors because I've been collecting them in case I wanted to do this, but we'll still need a bit more. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye out for those when we're shopping as well. But healing the gunners is a good way of getting heavy armor as well. Now, okay, let's load from here. So there's about 5 or 6 bomb points here that are really, well, we have a word called chancy. Means, you know, there's a good chance of picking up some legendaries. Plus, we can, you know, pick up the junk as well to sell and the stuff we need. So, I'll show you the spots. There's one here, there. That's 2. Then when we get to Red Rocket, there's 1 there. There's 3, and then over across that's 4. That spawns sometimes. That might be one to try. And then all the way down here, there's a really good spot here, and a little bit across the river. Now, these guys respawn pretty quickly. So if you did that, you could literally start on the other side again, and it'd all be, you know, kind of replenished. Now, these 3 of these spots are ambush points for my gangs, so there's a good chance that some of my gangs might be carrying legendaries. So if they are, we'll kind of steal them from those guys as well and get them over and done with. Or kill them on the sly. Yeah, it doesn't really matter because they respawn straight away. Oh, hi Dread, and how have you been? Well, I hope. Oh, hi Senpai. Yeah, it's been a while. How have you been? Yeah. I hope you've been well. What have you been up to? GOG version unchanged. Online cloud save. Side limits. Corrupted your game and your save. Oh my, so you're gonna start again. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. That's the problem with this kind of cloud thing that they've been doing. Yeah, it's very easy to corrupt. This is the game really for cloud corruption saves. You know, anything that lays within BGS's domain, you know, is always subject to silly stuff happening to it. You know. Oh. Well, I suppose if you were enjoying it, you get a chance to start again, but that's a pity. Yeah. But if I had a bug for every corrupt save, on on a BGS game. Let's just say I'd have a lot of bucks. But that's a pity. Yeah. Oh. But it is the nature of this game, isn't it? Now, just let me quickly get something to drink. I've taken my blood pressure medication about a half an hour ago, and I am really thirsty because of it. It is this BGS for you, Terry. Now, okay. You did, Terry. You did. Now, okay. I'll show you these spawn points. Well, in hindsight, maybe we should have done nuke war. Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, hang on. Yeah. No, this is it, guys. This is everything we've done. We've done all the main story. We've done all the DLCs. Yeah. Yeah. It's Skyrim we didn't do everything. We didn't do the Civil War. We didn't kill Mirak. So it'll probably be, after we do this, in a few streams, we'll see how many we can squeeze out of it. Might be able to get a few because of the building. We'll see if we can finish that playthrough in Skyrim. Then we have a kind of an 80% playthrough, remember, on Witcher? Kind of come off that to do Valheim. And then I've never touched it. I recently bought it on sale, the DLC for Valhalla, the Ragnarok one, so that might be interesting. And a DLC for Greedfall. There were only 2 games I was missing the 100% on because of the stupid DLCs. Okay. I'll show you these spots. Oh my god, this heat is starting to kick in. Oh, this is one. So now sometimes any of the 3 gangs can be here. 2 are kind of with me, and now at this stage in the game, 1 has turned against me, and that's the operators. And they're operators, these guys. So everyone is in enemy today.
Who's there?
Uh-oh. Right, I'm forgetting about... I'm forgetting there's one guy's a legendary. I have to use this like a machine gun because VATs are useless. No, that's one of the crummy legendaries, this nuclear war stuff, but we'll find a spot for it later. Just get rid of these guys here. Oh, I've got an obscene amount of perks and junk on this guy. Oh, we're talking about a lot of grinding for that. Okay. I don't want to waste too much ammo.
You call that a... Damn, that hurt.
I know, dude. Get some. Where's the other guy? Yeah, we get rid of these. I think it might be gunners there. Just keep a lookout for some heavy armor.
Just give up.
There. Well, that's all sellable junk. Now, these guys are having fun, I think. Oh, there's still one of the operators. Gunner captains. If you're lucky, you'll get a legendary from these guys as well, but... Yeah. This is where we'll pick up most. You see that heavy combat junk? But like everything else, what happens is when you collect about 50 of each, you'll find one is not giving as much, so you'll be kind of stuck on certain parts, a left leg or right arm or something like that. This is where buying the junk can come in handy as well. Poisoner isn't bad. Yeah, I've got to give a few of those. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's not bad then. Yeah. On one save, nice. I've probably got every type. But let's say when you're collecting the armor for display, The problem is there's like, let's say you get metal and it's a poisoner. Well, there's three types. You can get the light one, the medium, and then the heavy. You know, like let's say if you're getting it in combat armor, would be the light one, and you know, the sturdy, and you know what I mean, and then the heavy. So three different types. But collecting the armor has always been the most boring for me. And then the lack of, which I thought to be pretty funny in the game, the lack of legendary headgear. There's like 3 or 4 you can buy. When I say headgear, I mean something you could put with the armor. Not the headgear, let's say like, you know, top hats and cowboy hats and stuff like that. You know, let's say combat armor hats, metal helmets, things like that. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I think there's just a few combat armor helmets you can do. Yeah. Yeah, mine too. The combat armor, yeah. I think so as well. Yeah. But here for a change, I've used the marine armor. But to be honest, you're probably better off with the combat armor. Do you know what I found, Wolf? Which was pretty unusual. I found a heavy chest piece. Heavy one. Combat armor, VATS enhanced. They're not that common to get the heavy one, you know? Oh, really? You're safe scum of the ninth circle. I used to be able to farm a version of anything. Yeah, you would if you did the safe scum, yeah. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's ugly. I've always... I do like the helmet, you know? It kind of has that New Vegas feel. But the rest of it looks like some kind of prehistoric guy was doing a cave painting, you know? And use the legendary modification. Yeah, that would kind of take the fun out of it for me, let's say, if I could control it. Yeah, I've always liked the, you know, the kind of random thing of finding something interesting. Yeah. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's like something that was, yeah. They could have doing a better job, you know? But the marine wetsuit is pretty cool looking. It's like, you know, that kind of bad version of Spider-Man. The problem is you're better off wearing a paper towel because its damage resistance is it's pitiful, you know? Yeah. And strange enough, you can wear the marine wetsuit beneath the armor here, but you cannot add ballistic wave, which is a pity, you know? It is, isn't it? But it's a piece of junk. Yeah, you might as well be wearing a paper towel. Yeah. Now, let's go.
Hey, get back here and fight.
Oh, there's somebody out the back. Yeah, hang on now.
Good riddance.
Who's gone?
Something out there.
Yeah, something out there.
You are seriously fucked.
Well,
you know
this
that?
is not a waste because this stuff can be sold to buy the junk we want. I think we're down to our last 2 mil, so we're really stuck for caps. I have an obscene amount of caps. Yeah. They've been very scarce for me on this dread. I've only got 4 rolling pins, and I only started getting them. Oh yeah, I've got a ton of caps. See, because of this kind of stuff, and well, mostly because of I always do vegetable starch farming. You know, that gives me a ton of XP, and that's probably the most important thing in the game. Then I sell the excess because you know you don't want to bug out the game with too much junk, and I need a lot of it anyway for crafting. You know, so it's kind of side effect to that. Yeah, yeah. Well, my secret with this is I kind of do a bit of that, and then I go to the building, and then I try and do a quest. The quests have all but run out now, so I'll be doing that every so often and building, you know, just to break the monotony of it. Yeah, yeah. I know exactly what you mean. And I've got a little bit of motivation because I have a museum kind of thing running in Sanctuary. And it would be nice to get it stocked a little bit more before I upload it to YouTube, you know. Yeah, it is fun for a while. But everything, when it's repeated, you know, definitely loses its shine after a while.
Take him out!
There. Now, we'll have to start scrapping the cheap leather stuff from these guys. Is that it? It is. The music is still there for some reason. Yeah, okay. That wasn't bad. We got one legendary, although it was a bit silly. Now, this is a long shot here, but it is possible to pick up a legendary. I've done it a few times, but you won't get the drops you will, like from these guys. But these, it's like a 50-50. Yeah, waste of time. We'll kill them anyway because we're ruthless. Where are they? Hey, no. I think from, do you know the tiny small ants? They're really tiny, aren't they? I think I picked up something ridiculous and legendary from those. I picked up, I think, an instigating Gatling laser, which is absolutely ridiculous that a tiny small ant would be carrying such a thing. Yeah, I think they kind of messed up on that one. You know, there should be something like a maybe knuckles or, you know, even a small handgun would be far fetched. You know, as it turns out, that having a two-shot auto pistol at level 4 wasn't enough to keep you alive. Oh my! I think I found it. What was it? No, I found a mighty one. They're pretty decent as well. The mighty, yeah. You get the 25% more damage. Yeah, but I don't think that equates to when you fully upgrade. I think it's 25% base damage, isn't it, Dread? But still, it's something. Nah, it's just your mind playing tricks. You know, you're at home. You know, watching Twitch, you're as safe as can be. The best thing to do in a situation like that is to just kind of calm down, think nice things, and just relax. You know. That's the best you can do, Terry. Yeah, but I know what you mean. Sometimes it feels like, you know, the world is closing in on you. Yeah, it's one of those small forager ants. I got it on, I think. Basically, all those guys are ammo wasters. But by clearing it now, it makes way, let's say, for a new batch, and they might have a legendary. Who knows? Right, let's go. Now, this is just one spot, and already we're full of junk. So what I'll do with this is we'll sell this in the market. A few things I want to grab there, and there's kind of half a possibility we might start another immoral quest. I've done 3 of them so far. I think it's 6 of those guys, isn't it, before we get the grand prize. But they're kind of buggy, the trigger on them. Yeah, I've done 3. So we'll take this opportunity here to sell some of this junk. There. Ah, you're okay. You shouldn't be scared. There's no need to be scared, sir.
Sure, we carry guns.
Miss
but
Chase.
knives are where it's
Gotta
at.
keep stocked
It's
up
not fun
on
unless you're
supplies,
up close
right?
and personal.
Let's see what you have.
Sure thing.
Oh, there's the... I forget how it goes. If we take the quest from that other lady, let's say, the one where we kill all the raider gangs here, I think our own settlements will turn against us, the raider settlements, won't they? So we might have to skip that one. Which is kind of lame, you know? They're gonna paint you into a corner with these quests. There's just a few things here I want to get. Like that junk there. There. I'm not interested in keeping junk that I can't add ballistic weave to. Hang on. I did keep it a lot for, let's say, if I want to expand my settlement. There. Oh, hang on, she's got a ton of junk I might want, guys.
Enough for your next
I
meeting?
forgot. I need
Oh, look.
the base, yeah, I think that's it. The base, unfortunately. So let's say if a gun does 100 on base, it would do 125, whatever the base is. Yeah, which is a pity.
I'll take a look, sure.
Sure thing.
Yeah, well, I have to collect a lot of this junk as well. Where is it? Well, leather. Screws. Screws. Oil. Yeah, this is junk here. Aluminum, that's a big thing. Fiberglass, screws. That's it. Now. Oh, hang on, that was the wrong one. No, I'm keeping those, guys. I ain't stupid enough for these guys, not really. There, that will do. Now let's head down to door number 3. These guys should get rid of all the junk we have. But that's nothing to what we pick up on these other ones. There's some spots where there's some gangs, let's say, who are attacking animals. So there's like 5 of those. There's lots of junk to pick up. Instigating. I've got a good few of those. I've got an instigating Gatling. Gauss rifle. Yeah. Double damage at full health, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I've got a Gauss rifle. As well. One of those. One shot everything. Nice. Yeah, I have one of those. I might fix it up later.
Lights back on, huh?
But on a permadeath or something on very hard, that would be a very interesting weapon.
Well, at least I won't die in
Hey.
the dark.
As long as you keep your eyes on the merchandise.
I'll take a look, sure.
No. Okay. Oh, that's for plastic fiber. We collect that later, but if we come across any handy, we'll obviously take it. There you go. Oh. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, that's it. Okay, we got rid of everything here. Now, this is the next stop here. That was just one of the spots. We'll have to do the rest kind of overloaded. We can bring all the stuff back to home plate then, and we can hit. There's a good few spots, good few merchants we can visit. Yeah. Yeah, nice. I've got one. It's on display somewhere. I think it might be back at home plate. But I think I've only found one mighty dread, and that was a 10 millimeter. And I only have one extremely rare Deadeye, and that's a silly pipe weapon. Ah, these guys, yeah, they get absolutely destroyed by the raiders. Now, usually these guys should attack, but I think it's the operators coming in it.
Let's
Yeah. No, these are the park guys. And there's none of them legendary, so this is a kind of washout. Oh well. No legendaries. Oh well. Oh, hang on. No. This does not respawn that quick, let's say. Okay. Now, we'll stop off a Red Rocket. That's our next stop. Oh, we could take out... Yeah. We'll take out these guys. There's almost no chance of getting a legendary, but it's kind of fun. Yeah, I do as well, but I wanted to do the quests this time. You know, it's been, oh my god, it's been ages since I went with the Raiders. I mean, you know, absolutely ages. God. What happened to this guy? He just dropped dead. Now, you see that? That's a rare enough find. The helmet, you know? There's a great spot at the asylum to farm those, but I've done the quest. So it's dried up now. Yeah, that was silly. That idiot fell. But that's the thing about this game. You know, all of your NPCs and tons of quest givers dying from falls in this stupid game. Okay, right. Let's move. We'll go up and we'll take out these guys. That Soltron is just on this bypass here, and then we take a few over. So there. But this will be a washout. I've only cleared this once, and I've never gotten a legendary, so the chances of getting one now are slim to none, you know. Oh hi, Monsoon. It's been a while, and how have you been? Pretty good. We're all but done, so now we're just looking for stuff to do, to be honest. On this one, I decided to go with the Raiders and give them their 8 settlements. You know, get the tribute chests and stuff like that. So, I've done the Red Rocket, the Red Rocketing. I'll just be going there in a moment. So that's kind of done in vanilla for the Raiders. I've already established 3 in the Commonwealth, and well, one of them, they're in various states. One is about 90% done, the other one about 70, and the other one about, let's say, 20. So I'll have to finish those. Then I will have to kind of mess about, see if I can get the last of the Amor quest to trigger, and get the other 5 settlements. Yeah, I don't know if I'll stream all of it, let's say all of the 5 settlements. You know, it just might be too boring. But then, when push comes to shove, I can go back to Skyrim, because I didn't complete my playthrough on that. We're about 80%, 85% done on that, you know. But pretty good. So how have you been? Well, I hope. Headed out. No problem, Dread. And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and great day. Take care and stay safe, Dread. Bye. A glitch. Yeah. Well, that was just something silly that kind of, the padding fell off the edge. You kind of wouldn't mind that too much, Terry. But the problem with this game is, when you kind of, when you spawn into a cell, when you fast travel, sometimes, the NPCs that should be there, or even the enemies, will spawn, let's say, way up in the air, and then fall to their death, which is not a bad thing for enemies. But when you're talking about NPCs that you're going to have to rely on for quests, it's pretty dumb. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Been working like a Trojan. You've completed. Yeah, that's it. They're all done. I'm just kind of mopping up with speak to this guy to set up some settlements for the raiders. But the only thing it says now in my quest menu is miscellaneous. Yeah, that's it. That's a fine clean board, isn't it? So you remember there was a more. Yeah, you'll probably get them to trigger maybe once every 2 or 3 playthroughs. It can be quite buggy. Yeah, so just that one. So now we're just basically messing about doing the other raider settlements, and I've been collecting legendary weapons for a kind of weapon arming museum thing for Sanctuary. Once I get that done, I suppose I can, kind of upload Sanctuary. Now, let me get something more to drink. My apologies for this, but I've been drinking, since this, blood pressure medication, I've been drinking a lot of liquids. It's not altogether bad because, I was warned by my doc a few times I'm not drinking enough liquid. But it's a silly medication. Makes me feel like I'm in the desert. But the humidity here is pretty bad as well. I suppose that's something got to do with it. Now, okay. And the heat here is something to behold. Well, not exactly the heat, the humidity. Where's that stupid robot? Okay. What's that legendary anyway? I'm not really bothered. Okay. This heat. Oh, hang on guys, some idiot has closed the door here. Just give me a chance, I won't be a second, and I'll open up these doors and windows. Yeah, all the windows are... There we go, we'll open that one up. All the windows are actually closed. Yeah, we'll put this landing light on instead of the bathroom one. That should do. Now, where's my doggy gate? To make sure these eyes don't... Oh, sugar. How does a gate of that size go missing? Oh, here it is. Yeah, got it. It's just here in the other room. Now, we should be okay. This will take down the temperature here by a few degrees. But somebody must have shut it all up again when I was sleeping. Which is kind of silly because it's just too warm. Now. I started playthrough not long ago. I'm going to jump back on soon enough and get my teeth in nice. Yeah, no, I actually left a Skyrim playthrough to, was it to come here for this one? It was Skyrim, guys, wasn't it? Yeah, we wanted to see what the new quests are, but I pretty much called it. I said they would probably start messing with something we don't care about in the game, make the game much worse, and then throw in just a few Creation Club quests to try and start a freezing frenzy in the Creation Club. And that's exactly what they did, so I definitely called it on that one. But then I wanted an excuse to get back in to do some vanilla building as well, because it's been so long since I've done it, and I kind of knew with the update for a good while anyway, at least the mods would be out of the question. And I was pretty much right on that. One thing about BGS Moon River is they're predictable, you know. Yeah, no matter how we wish they would do something right, or no matter how low we set the bar, yeah, they always seem to do a limbo, you know, right under that bar. So just expect it to be rubbish, and you know you'll never be that much disappointed. But if I had one wish for, let's say, Bethesda, you know, and it would come true, is to just the games they have, to just leave them alone. You know, don't add anything else to them. You know, don't keep relentlessly spamming. You know, creation. I don't mind the Creation Club mods in a sense because there's an option, or the free mods. But you know, every time they do these updates where they're kind of added to the game and now they're part of the main game, they're a problem. Not only do they make the game more unstable, but they dilute the game as well, if you know what I mean. Let's say if you had a perfect game, you know. Yeah. Did I? Let's say if you had a perfect game. Let's say there was 20 quests and they were perfect. 100 out of 100. When you put in a mediocre quest in that, then you really dilute a game, you know. And to be honest, the quests are not the greatest in this game, you know. They're not the greatest. But yeah, if I could force a VGS to do anything, it would be to leave Good Enough alone. But they kind of remind me of my boys when they were kids with their Xboxes and consoles and stuff. They would, quote unquote, fix it, yeah. And they would wind up tearing the stupid thing apart and leaving it in ruins, making it much worse. Oh, hey. Okay. That was silly. Oh, come on. I thought it was on the platform. No, that's the one like kind of Russian Fallout 4. All-time 5 games. Skyrim, Fallout New Vegas, Oblivion, Witcher, Dragon Age, I suppose. Well, let's say when you say games, let's say a kind of games. Let's say Oblivion. Let's say the Elder Scrolls is all one game, yeah. So in that case, it would be the Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Witcher, Dragon Age, and I suppose I'd have to throw in Assassin's Creed in there. They did a few good ones, yeah. But no, I've not tried that. That's that one like kind of Fallout kind of game, like kind of European one, isn't it? Like kind of, yeah. Yeah, there's a few of them all right. But no, I've never gotten around to that. I'd like to try the bigger PC games, you know. The stuff with a bit more quality. Especially the building games, they really interest me. Now, there we go. Probably the worst sniping game ever made. Not that I'm good shot anyway. How am I? Oh, there it is. Okay. And this is just to kill time, to be honest. I think we'll be moving off this game shortly. Is that some guy with a stupid mini nuke? Okay. Okay, I thought I killed. Oh, this guy has an exo armor. Cool. I wanted some parts for this. Look at that for VATS. You see that? 6 shots, all missed. That's why I go with this. Okay, now let's get up close and personal with this guy. Yeah, we're keeping. I forgot about this. This is a good. This would be a good spot to Russia. Yeah, yeah, the Russian Fallout. Yeah, recently and looks great. I've seen it a few times. Yeah, similar to Fallout. Hmm. In the USSR or in Russia. Yeah, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, they call it the Russian Fallout, isn't it? This guy has exo stuff.
Come on, asshole.
Nice. Yeah, I'll actually use those. I forgot about that. I'm still short a few exo armors for, you know, maxing out, let's say, my my power armor station shed kind of thing. That's it. I think we're pretty much done. Okay, next. Oh, hang on, down here. Next stop is our little raider base. Hang on. Oh, don't mind if I do. There, that's it. That's where I'm truly cleared. Now there's a good few spawn points down here. God, this heat. It's not fun here, guys. Really uncomfortable. Especially with, you know, heavy headphones. Okay, I need... Oh, sugar. Okay, I need some temporary storage bins here. I'll just put 2 of the... Oh, sugar. I just put 2 of them here. This is a temporary little measure for a moment. Hang on. I can use these. Yeah, these will do. Yeah, the sellable stuff we'll put down here. No, this will do. I've already got some actually storage here. Oh, the XO. Yeah, the other guys are there. We better be quick. These ones I'm keeping. I go straight back to home plate. They've always been bad at inventory in these games, haven't they? But I really need to do something with this inventory junk. I could do with another one. The workbench would do, I suppose. Yeah, okay. That's it. Now, let's hit these guys before we miss the fun. Down here, this is a really good spot for farming here. Scavengers. Who's attacking them? Oh, my guys. The pack guys. Yeah, there's none of these guys legendary either. Yeah, so we just take the junk. I'll show you two really good spots as well for farming. Pretty decent early in the game. Yeah. Feel sorry for these scavengers. These raiders are pretty high level. Yeah, none of these guys are legendary. Now, I'm short one ingredient back here. See if it's respawned. Nah, didn't expect it to anyway. Right, okay, let's get back here. Oh, hi, young. And how have you been? Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, the red rocket. Usually I'd spend a lot of time on something like this if I had the right pieces. But the problem with the area here, it's too big, so it's pretty easy to kind of overdo it. You know, the game does not like that. This is very, very, very stable. But it is basic, let's say, towards what I usually do. Basic is good as well. Yeah, basic is fine. Now, okay. That's got load. We'll get rid of that as well now. This is all sellable stuff. We just gotta get rid of that one. All the sellable junk. The stuff that's going back here. Now, there's a little procedure we need to do here.
Seems to be growing well.
This is plenty big enough, even for 21 raiders. There's tons of room. They're not exactly tripping over each other. Been doing good, thanks. Nice. Oh, guys, last Saturday, becoming an old man here. And we are now the same age, young. Yeah. Mine was in December, so, what's this? 7 months older? Yeah. Yeah. And a happy belated birthday. I hope you had a great day, young. Yeah. Terry's, I think, was yesterday or the day before. Yeah. So you share a birthday very close to Terry's. It's not too bad, yeah, for vanilla. This kind of turned out kind of reasonably decent. The beauty of this compared to the other Red Rocket is the doors will actually snap here on this. But yeah, it's pretty okay. This would be good on, well, this would be essential really on some kind of survival. You definitely need this. Quite a good day. Had a good enough birthday. Oh, that's cool. Let's see if we get this junk. And then we can move out. We're just basically killing time. We'll need tons and tons and tons of materials anyway. Oh, it's Young's birthday, Terry. Yeah. Yeah, Young. Yeah. I was just saying his birthday is close enough to yours. Oh, sugar. Always somebody in that bed, you know that. In May, but you'll take it. Now. Hardly worth the effort, but we just got to keep that trimmed. Now. Now that we have some time on our hands, we'll clear out these guys. Well, if I'm building up settlements, what I like to do is I'll clear all of the workbenches and all of the settlements and just use one kind of out of the way one to hold the junk in. And it's usually, you'll get a more stable game. Not too much, and then the excess I would hold in that closed-in cell and home plate. Not part of the whole chain. Now let's scrap this junk and we'll be off. Or just keep up to date with this thing because we will be needing, a boatload of this stuff. You just don't realise the amount of materials that go into, let me see, 8 settlements at 20, 160, about 170 raiders. The amount of materials that goes in, to give them all heavy combat armor with fully upgraded weapons. You're talking about a boatload of junk. But when you do the little stages like this, it's not too bad. There we go. Okay, let's save here. Nicola as my personal home away from home when I do. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely need it. You can't be crossing over every 5 seconds. Especially since you can't hook this up to your regular settlements, which I always thought was a bit lame and pity. I've not played it any. Oh really? Oh. Oh, so yeah, so you're gonna do it now, yeah, that'll be a treat. It'll definitely make the game more playable again. Absolutely, yeah. The contraption. Well, all that is just some building stuff. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, you're not missing anything, young. To be honest. For the core components had to be absolutely, yeah. Now you can most of the stuff you can leave on a workbench, Shelley. But when you gather as much stuff as me, you're asking for problems. The workbench won't automatically scrap armor or weapons, so they're pretty safe. So you'd have to manually do that. That's how I found that little trick, let's say, that, scrapping the weapons brings down that you can start to build a bit more. Yeah. I want to reach into my TV. Oh, for all the guys in Cyberpunk, yeah. Now, let's save here. Now we'll hit the spawn point. We'll just do a bit of this. You see, it's pointless to go to this guy here. Let me show you. You see this here? Speak to Shank to run jobs in the Commonwealth. See the other one? Establish radar outposts. Well, that's speaking to him. Now we have 5 more to do. The problem is we have 3 that's not fully done yet. Now, when we, let's say, go to him and we get a settlement, it gets overrun with raiders all at once. So what I'll do is I have the settlements already earmarked off. The supply lines changed and all of that. So what I'll do is I'll go and I'll build it up before I let the guys in. And that's, I think, the way to do it. So, yeah, it'll be kind of much more building and scavenging this time because we've done all the quests. So it'll be more like the old playthroughs I did with the building, you know. But we'll kind of break it up a bit so it's not as boring with, you know, sussing out some legendaries and obviously, you know, getting all the stuff we need to build this stuff. I do as well, as a rule, yeah. I've only sided with them, I think, once before to get my achievement young, and then would just kill them off. But because, you know, it's forever since I've done the quests in this, and this time I said I would squeeze every single last quest I could, and if you want to squeeze, you know, as many quests as possible from this game, you would absolutely have to go with the Raiders, you know. But no, it wouldn't be my thing either, to be honest. Yeah. Wouldn't be my thing at all. I've always had disdain for Raiders, but I can understand better in the game, you know. Yeah. How long has it been since I've been questing on this? Do you remember the time we were doing the questing and the settlements when I got that massive save corruption? That's like, what, 2 years ago? Yeah, maybe more. Yeah, maybe closer to 3. And on that one, we kind of skipped this stuff and the smaller quests. My God, I'm so thirsty all the time. Unbelievable. Now I'll show you the good spawn points. Well, they're pretty decent. Although we're unlucky. You know, sometimes in one of these runs I can get up to 6 legendaries. But it would average more like 3 legendaries for about 3 a run, I'd say. But they spawn back so quickly you could do it in an endless circle. Oh my, it's been 2 years. Oh. Yeah, that time has gone quite quickly. Yeah. We met from Blonde's raid young, didn't we? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I think you were following Blonde and she raided here, was it? Is that where we met first? Probably. I'm going crazy because there's a lot of... Oh, really? In every game, I suppose, Terry. It all depends on what your definition of fluffy head is. Now, this guy is usually a savage deathclaw. Oh, he's a legendary. Now, that means there's going to be a deadload of pack members. And there's a small chance they might have a legendary as well. Yeah, we sure did. I remember well. Also Lady Grey. That's right, Lady Grey. So Granny Vats and Lady Grey. So did you kind of come from Lady Grey? Yeah, it was from Lady Grey to Granny Vats. Or was it from Lady Grey when Lady Grey raided me? And then from me to Granny Vats? I forget. It would have been from Lady Grey to me. Because I knew Lady Grey. Lady Grey met Granny Vats through me, I think. Yeah, definitely Monsoon. So it would have been Lady Grey. Yeah, that's the way it was. That's right. Have you heard from her lately? She's stopped streaming, hasn't she? I remember speaking with her the last time, and she said she was finding it hard to find the time and stuff. But I can understand. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, that's right. Mm. Her Discord as well. I hope she's okay. But she was saying she needed a good while off. But that's the way it can be. You can be really into streaming, and then kind of, it's like playing a game in a sense. Where about halfway through the game, it starts to get kind of old and it feels more like a job. Streaming can be like that sometimes, and then you say, well, I'll take 5 months off. And then when you're 5 months off, it's very hard to go back to it again. It's like, imagine if you got, like you were working and, you had a 5 month holiday, and you had the option to go back, You just kind of get into a kind of thing. Yeah. Especially, if she's busy with other stuff as well, it can be hard to do. But full-time streaming is definitely not for everyone. And when I say full-time, I mean, committing to even 1 day a week, or, in my case it's 3 and it used to be 7. I'm hoping when I feel better, when I get more organised, to get it up to 4 or 5. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that again. Yeah. But I found with, the few days off, I can, start to kind of sleep a bit more and get some junk done. And now as well with, some of the health problems, I've got so many appointments and other things, it gives me time to schedule, let's say, on those days. Now, these usually go down with one shot, but this is a legendary. But to be honest, death claws are not a threat in this game. They're really not. Everything you need to do to keep streaming going is a job in itself. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, it is fun, but even when something is fun, if you're doing it constantly, and then let's say, I think Lady Grey was in the same category as me, in a sense that it's not every game she would play young. And the type of stuff that Xbox has now, it's like the rubbish movies they're making. You're always going back to old movies, watching them again and again. And it's the same with streaming, you're going back to the same games over and over again. As much as you love them, there's only so much you can do. And then you start to get burnout because of it. You need to be getting in, new games, at least one good one every year, and that's impossible now in Xbox. The kind of stuff like this, and that's why I think PC will always be, much better than console. Yeah. Yeah, if you're like me or Lady Grey, and I think that was most of her burnout as well. I think Lady Grey was even more picky than I was, and that's saying something. Yeah. Yeah, and for the kind of games that I like and Lady Grey likes, there's nothing there. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you're absolutely new to PC, because now all of the old games that everyone is sick of on PC, they're all fresh and new to you. And then the mods as well, yeah. And they would be like, well, I won't say they're cheap, but very reasonably priced as well. Yeah, absolutely. Like, even free games like Fallout London and all of that stuff, they'll be really fun to do, you know. But definitely worth the investment. Yeah, yeah, it's an old game. Would you believe I never got around to playing it? But that is sheer building, all right. That has a real cult following, doesn't it? You see, the problem with Minecraft is when it came out first, let's say, I wouldn't have been, well, it's not that I wouldn't have been into gaming, but never really had the time. And then when I got in, it was more with the RPGs, And it was only, let's say, after doing the quests on this umpteen times, and because this had a kind of building mechanic, that I actually got into the building in this. It is, yeah. But it was, well, I won't say, well, kind of. It was plagiarized. It was copied from another game called Miner, as far as I know. I watched a documentary on it before. O'Keefe. But there was a game where this guy, he would dig down and he'd get all these crystals and stuff. So this guy seen it and he kind of copied it and, put it so you could build houses and stuff. But it was very, very similar. Yeah. Probably. Probably, O'Keefe. Yeah, yeah. Microsoft own that now, don't they? Yeah. Yeah. But it was built on the bones of that. Yeah, I think. But there was some kind of debate, wasn't there? A threatened lawsuit or something on that? Maybe I'm wrong. But I remember watching a documentary a long time ago. Look at this guy. Oh, 2 shots. That's ridiculous, isn't it? I know this has 4.5 times the damage, but this is an awful weapon, you know. Yeah, I watched something like that, but there was a lot of debate over it because it was a clear copy of another game. I think it was called Miner. Check it out on the internet on YouTube, Biddle. Yeah, I used to used to watch a lot. I thought it was very, very interesting. The history of games and how they got to be, and the big games and the guys that used to run it, and the way they were going with their companies, and then other guys would come in, buy them out, and how things changed. There was one guy, I think he's an Australian, but I do know he's famous for being one of the very first streamers on YouTube. When YouTube first started off. And yeah, he used to be pretty big. I mean really big, like Ninja was. And then, YouTube, let's say Twitch and the other streaming platforms come off, and he's pretty old now, but he did some really good documentaries, especially on Rockstar, I thought, their history and that. Yeah, some really good stuff. Yeah. But I could be mistaken, but I do know that it was kind of copied from that. I think it was called Miner, that other game. I'm not too sure about a threatened lawsuit, maybe, or something. Yeah. Minecraft is the only game with a bigger modding. Really? That's got... Oh, nice. Even in the... Yeah. Oh, nice. Where you could buy things like tins of beans. Every 2 minutes with cyanide. Energy drinks called Black Bull. Kinetic speed. Nice and cyanide. Relentless stole. Our idea. Ah! Yeah, you kind of get that. Yeah. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, Miner. Infaminer. It was a competitive team-based multiplayer game. Looks like there was some YouTube drama about it, but the games are very different and the companies have never touched. No, but it was obviously inspired and based off the game, The same kind of thing with digging down and, digging at that. But obviously it was greatly polished up with the building and all of that stuff, yeah. Probably, yeah, probably. Really. Now, but let's just say if you were a teacher in school and someone was handing in their essay, kind of thing, and they had an essay that was kind of similar, let's say to that Infominer thing. Yeah, let's say you wouldn't be getting a passing grade on it, Oh, look at that. A ghost rifle, guys. It's only a junkie's one, but it's a nice little ornament. I'm not sure if I already have one of these. I think I've only got like... I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I've got 6 of these. I'm not sure if I got another one of these. Now this is where we'll pick up the junk, and there's a small possibility to find a legendary on one of these guys as well. But highly unlikely. Well, it gives us a lot of selling junk, either way. Okay, and we get all the guys, do we? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. I thought there was 5 of these. Okay, maybe they're gone down to 4. I was almost sure it was 5. Ah, either way anyway. Okay. Now, let's see if this piece of aluminum has spawned. It has. Yay! Ah, it's that. That's cool. Now, let's save it here in case we get a crash. I don't want to lose that. They're rare enough to find those ghost rifles. I would love a mighty one of those. Be interesting. Oh yeah, many, yeah, exactly. And it has to be that way, Biddle. You know, when somebody does a game and then it inspires somebody, and they, well, for want of a better word, they copy some of the mechanics or the idea and they improve on it. But that's where the good games come from. You know, there isn't a game out there that you couldn't compare with another one. You know, that came before. Yes, exactly. I 100% agree. But I remember there was some drama in it. Yeah, I remember there was some drama in that one. Yeah. But yeah, I still have a lot of interest in that. The one on GTA was pretty good. There was another good one on the games company Sony. Yeah, those guys are kind of crazy. Yeah, Blonde has been playing that, and Targ actually as well, and they've been recommending it. I must look into that. This Zero Dawn. Yeah. Should be okay for Xbox. Yeah, but basically every game is like that. Same with movies. You know, unless you made a movie, you know, in the 1930s, you know, all of the new ones are similar in some way. You know, some are obviously, they heavily borrow from other movies, like Avatar, for instance. You know, that heavily borrows from, in my opinion, from Dances with Wolves with Kevin Costner. And again, Kevin Costner's movie kind of heavily borrows from the likes of Jeremiah Johnson, you know, let's say from the 1970s. So, yeah, definitely, games are no different. But Warner Brothers have been, especially with the Lord of the Rings thing, they've been putting certain mechanics into a game, and they managed to get a patent for it, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. You know, there's a kind of system they have, and they've managed to bring it to court and get a patent for that. That's not a good sign, you know. Oh yeah. Yeah, still considered original, depends. And, you know, even long before Tolkien, you know, let's say even back in Roman times, you know, there was a lot of fantasy stuff as well. You know, definitely. Tolkien was a pretty interesting character himself, actually. You know, he was pretty much through the mill. He served in the trenches in the First World War. That greatly influenced his writing. You know, to the point I'd say, let's say if he wasn't enlisted, let's say, and served in the front, in the trenches, you know, I don't think we'd have Lord of the Rings. You know. But yeah, my granddad's brothers and cousins, all of them served. And he used to tell me the stories, You know, his brother used to them. It was a horrifying experience. But I remember I was quite young. I was maybe 6 or 7, but I can still remember we had a neighbour. But I think the neighbour was distantly related to my mum's family. But her husband, I just remember as a child when we used to visit, you know, he was always coughing. I'd hear him in the room, and he was always in bed, you know, and this would have been the 70s, the 1970s. But apparently he was gassed in the trenches. My God, he was a liver. Imagine that. Being gassed in the trenches, being so ill, he was bedridden. And let's say that would have been, what, 1917? And then, you know, 60, well, 55 years later, to still be alive. He was some tough guy. Yeah, he would have been something to behold. He did, yeah, he did. But he wouldn't have been able to do that without the horrible experiences, you know, that he went through, you know. Yeah. Definitely. Oh, sugar. Hey. Oh, we just killed them anyway because they are XP after all. I know. Oh. Got to love the physics. I don't know why I'm collecting that. What's that? Is it a biggie? Oh, there he is. I don't know, do I even want to collect this junk? Ah, go away. You see this? This is just stupid, killing these small guys. Nah, you see this? This is just going to waste our time. Oh, sugar. Okay. Look at these little idiots. Do you know what? I'm not even going to collect their carcass. We'll just grab this guy's stuff. We'll get out of here. This is just time wasting. I just thought I might get lucky. Sometimes you'll pick up a legendary here. But it doesn't respawn again for ages, so it's kind of worth the... It's kind of worth the hassle. At least we're getting it cleared now, so... You know, making room for some more guys. Right. This is a pretty reasonable spot here. We'll definitely get some sellable junk anyway. We gotta deal with this. And now, is anyone familiar with... Well, there's a couple of glitches here. Well, one is that... You remember that respawning circuit board thingy? But another one is, there's a certain NPC, let's say if you save all of the guys going for the spaceship, no matter what you do, she'll die later anyway. And she drops dead inside. But she does keep respawning her junk. So, I think that respawning circuit board is not exactly got to do with the board itself, but I think it's the area it's in. There seems to be a problem here. Everything seems to respawn. Let me just kill this guy.
Stand by.
I'll show you what I mean. Now, I've farmed this one about 5 times. But I came back and she was lying dead, and it wasn't the guy inside. See that guy there? It was not her that killed her.
Hey,
There she is.
come back here! Damn it! They're on top of me!
Okay, that was nuts.
There. Now watch this. See that? That stuff will keep respawning endlessly. So I think it's the place that's doing the respawn. Yeah. Oh, definitely not. Not because of the circuit board. Yeah. But I remember working that one out a long time ago. But she shouldn't die either. See this one here? I know she can die during the quest. And yeah, it's a possibility this guy might kill her. But she drops dead regardless. You know? But this is a thing about, I found about NPCs that are marked, let's say, as killable. After you finish their quest, you know, they just drop off like flies. Yeah. But I know for a fact she wasn't killed here like that. Now let's go up and grab this stuff because we're here anyway. But I think it's the spot. Yeah, I think we're right. No, it shouldn't be. Definitely not because of this. And then it should be the spot. And like, the NPC is here and she wasn't here at the beginning. So she's respawning the stuff as well. So there's even something a little bit maybe beyond that. But it's really messed up. Yeah, there it is. There's no way I'm going to take that. But this is not the spot. Let's say I will go to regular. The spawn is just on the road outside.
Nice.
But if you want to collect a ton of spacesuits, this is a pretty decent spot. But when you think with all the updates, with all that, they would fix these things. I don't think it would be a big job with it to you know, to kind of brush the game up a bit instead of creating more and more problems every time they do something. You know? The game was pretty good to them, like, you know. It's not like they're lost on it. But I don't know if yeah, I don't know. But you know, if I was making games and I poured my heart and soul into them, and they became a success, I would do my best to keep those running as smooth as possible, and make tiny improvements. And if there was any problems, to do all the little things, because you know, at the end of the day, on your playthrough, especially if you know it's one of your favorites and you're playing it quite often. You know, isn't it all the little things that actually make a game? You know, on the lack of problems and everything running smoothly, and you know, I'd be making tiny improvements in the game. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Biddle, a moment ago. If I had one wish that I could force BGS to do something, it would be to leave their games alone. They're bad enough as is, you know. Yeah, absolutely. Ah, it's just some Brahmin. That's a pity. That's a disappointment. And you see this stuttering. You see this micro stuttering. I'm really getting sick of it. Okay, they're coming for us, guys. And VATs have been destroyed. Yeah, VATs are unplayable now. You've got to use a sniper rifle like a machine gun. Unless you're taking a long shot, you know. There's some nice Brahmin. It's a pity we can't get those multicolored guys. I'm not messing. Oh, look at this. I have no choice. I've got to get rid of them, I suppose. Yeah, let's see if we can get a sneak shot in. We can. Hello. Oh, those guys were something to behold in New Vegas. These rad scorpions and the death claws. Yeah, those guys were pretty hard. But these guys, you know, once you're fully upgraded, yeah, they're wasting their time, really. They really made it a challenge in New Vegas. You know, even fully upgraded with decent weapons, those guys could yeah, put you out of your misery pretty quick. One, you'd get away with one, but you know, dealing with a few together, especially the stupid dead claws or the eggs. Yeah, I want a few of those. I need 12 more. But hasn't it always been that way, Bill? They do an update, and this is what they do in an update. They would tinker about with something we care nothing about, like the lighting. You know, the lighting and the shading in this game should be the least of the worries. They absolutely ham that one up, create a ton more problems, and then throw in a couple of mediocre quests, and to trying to start a kind of a feeding frenzy in a creation club. Yeah, that's it. You know, shameless. It's pretty self-destructive and unusual behavior, to be honest, for a company that has been around that long with a few hits, let's say, under the belt. But it's gotten to the stage that they don't deserve the reputation they have. Their reputation was built on the backs of, you know, the talented devs that were there in the beginning, and those guys are, you know, well and truly gone. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Always blame the customer. Yeah. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah. But I remember one of the ex guys, you know, he actually left. He was an old guy. He left during Starfield about halfway through. But he was the guy put in charge of fixing up the planets. And he suggested a dozen star systems, and they put in hundreds. But he did his best to be diplomatic because, you know, he's doing writing now, and obviously he wants to keep the doors open. But I remember him saying that in the old days, you know, the games companies, they would have a board, a to-do list. So that Dev 1, 2, and 3, they're in charge of this, you know, a kind of to-do. And that dev and that dev and that dev, they're in charge of this. And then everyone would come in the morning, they had a job to do. That way then, you know, you had a bit of transparency and accountability for things getting done. But now he said if you do that, everyone will quit. So what happens is there's a to-do list, so nobody's assigned to it, and they've got to do it as a whole. So if anything goes wrong, you have to blame the entire staff or no one. So they get away with murder. Now, another thing was, some guy wanted something done. The hostility kind of stuff, you know. How much aggression should the NPCs show, you know, to target you out from a crowd if they're getting attacked, you know, that kind of thing. So he was doing something with that. So they told him it would take, 3 weeks or 4 weeks or a month or something. And he said, no, he said, you don't understand. He said, I can finish it, he said, in 2.5 hours. And then he said, I'll give it to you. And then the guy said, oh no, but there's so much red tape and we'd have to do this and we'd have to do that. But he said, there's nothing to do. I can have it done, he said, in 2.5 hours, and it'll just take you a half an hour to wrap it up. But he had to bargain this guy, I think, down to 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something for a job that took 2.5 hours. So this is why games are taking so long. And in a sense, you can't blame them, because if you think about it, you know, most companies now would kind of hire guys on just for a game and then sack the whole lot of them when the game is over, and then have to start looking for a job again. Now, obviously it's in your best interest to squeeze as much time as possible, you know, from where you are. And, you know, you wouldn't be putting in the same quality of work, I think, on a job, you know, you're not going to keep, you know. And then any good devs that I had, let's say, you know, that would have the proper work ethic, they're always let go, and they've got to start from scratch again. And so have the companies. You know, they should have a good team, and if some of them are not working, to put them on some side project, you know, to get headway on that, some future project. You know, it's not like they can't sell their games. I could never understand that. I think the whole thing is, if you kind of have your company kind of lean, where there's not much money going out and there's a ton of money coming in. It looks good to the stockholders, even though in the long run it's absolutely crippling your company. But they're very, very short-sighted. Yeah. Unionizing will hopefully make them a lot less overworked and less afraid of their careers. Yeah. Should solve some of these problems. Yeah. They've always been anti-union because they can pretty much do what they want without a union, but it depends on how strong that union is going to be. Unions were a big thing in the US until the scandals in the 70s. Been hooked to organized crime and stuff like that. That put a big dent in unions' reputations, and it's been pretty much downhill from there. But I do know unions are demonized now by the corporations in the US, the likes of Amazon. And there's a company that actually specializes in, and I think Amazon allegedly have hired their services to kind of dissuade people, let's say, from talking about union and stuff, and even have some kind of video out, unions bad, employers good kind of stuff, But yeah, it's sad when you need the threat of work stoppages to get a living wage, to get a fair wage. But if it has to be done, it has to be done. The first unions were actually appeared in England in the Middle Ages, and I do know the guy who started off that union was brutally murdered by the king. So, he was a bit of a martyr. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's, it's profit, isn't it, really? Like, if you have a job where a guy says, okay, we're going to make you work an extra 10 hours a week, and we're giving you 10% less wages. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. What can that guy has a mortgage to pay and bills to pay, so, it could take him ages to find a new job. And they can kind of sack him. So, yeah, you will be exploited if you have no protection. Absolutely. Good night, Terry, and thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Yeah. Have a good one. Bye. But the unions, now the unions now here, and I think in most places are just a figurehead. In Europe, they are a kind of a threat, but nothing like they used to be. The only thing that holds it together here in Europe is the EU laws, and they are quite good, And now it's not, the threat, let's say, of your workers going on strike, but it's the threat of being absolutely crippled by fines, And that's pretty decent. But when you see companies that make trillions of dollars or euros or whatever the case may be on the backs of their workers, and then try and nickel and dime their workers, like, that's absolutely horrible. Like, the companies would put that into tax havens and private jets and Swiss bank accounts where the working guy he needs a roof over his head and to pay for his kids' education and medical expenses, the real things in life. So nickel and diming him, to squeeze as much as they can from him, it's really abhorrent, And the bigger and more successful that company is, the more money it rakes in, the worse they are in that sense. And that's why they're so big, because they'll take whatever steps necessary to ensure this, no matter what the cost. If companies were not privatized so much, there might be some chance. If you had one really, really wealthy guy, in charge of that company, morals might kick in sometime. You know, the kind of feeling like I've got like piles and piles and piles of money. It's not worth it for to squeeze a few more dimes here and there. But when you're talking about shareholders, every day, a system built on how could I put this? A system built on infinite growth, infinite profit in a finite system, like that's gonna have to crash sometime. You know what I mean? It's pretty much like the building booms and all that stuff. Boom and bust, boom and bust. And then the stock market, yeah, 100% works on greed. On investors' greed mostly. And then you've got intelligent people that would take advantage. Some people get lucky and manage to get in at the right time and cash out at the right time. But it's a little bit like musical chairs. A lot of people will be left, let's say, standing when the music stops. It is a roulette table, the stock market. Well, obviously there's some companies, let's say, less of a risk than others, but in general, it's a casino. Now, that's that one. Wasn't a very successful run on that, so we'll do one run as we're going around 2 more spots here, and then we'll drop this stuff off at Red Rocket. When we've got enough chunk together, we'll go on a spending spree. Well, have a look. There's one settlement in particular, the outpost one in the Commonwealth. I have it all but done, but I wanted to change the design a bit. The problem is I would need room for about another 6 beds to change the design. And it is a horrible little settlement to get to grips with. To get a kind of design in so it doesn't look too stupid. So I might have a quick look at that. Or else we'll go straight to North Hagen Beach and sort that one out. That needs a good bit of work. And then we'll get into the building. But I'll tell you something that was happening here, Biddle. And I was kind of too young at the time to realise. But when I was quite young, we're talking about late teens, and there was a local factory, and they were, you know what it's like, small town, big employer, blah, blah, blah. But I remember getting a job there. Now, we were taken on as seasonal workers. That means that, they would have us for a certain busy season, and then quite legally they could let us go whenever they wanted to. I think the rules here at the time was you'd have to work for a year and a day before you'd be considered full-time, and then they'd have to have a reason, like sacking you, or redundancy, before they would let you go. So that was the rules, basically. They would let you go before your time is up. But right from the get-go, from my wages, without my consent, I was gang-pressed into a union, the ITGWU. That's the Irish Trade and General Workers Union. And I was paying fees to a union, right? I didn't sign up for this, and this was automatically taken from my wages by the company, which is, it's pretty strange for a corporation to be collecting fees for a union that's, supposed to be protecting you against them. But, conflict of interest, to say the least. Now, the problem with this system is, if I'm a temporary worker and they can let me go whenever they want to, and this is all legal, I don't need a union, because a union is no good to me. Because if they let me go, there's nothing a union can do. So that would be like, how could I put it? Paying a helicopter pilot and then taking a limo to work. You know what I mean? No, no, no. They can't because they've got no teeth. There's nothing they can do for you. But it wasn't the union that approached me. It was the company itself. Absolutely signed me up to this union and took fees from my wages. It wasn't much, but it's beside the point. The unions are working hand in hand here with the corporations, and these are the little benefits they have. Now, I think myself the government should have getting involved, but this is the kind of stuff that's going on. But it was just a couple of bucks, but it doesn't make a difference, you know. Isn't that strange? But unions here have not had teeth for a long time, or anywhere in Europe. It's the EU laws that keep things in check. But that actually stopped a good few years after, once the EU law came rightly into effect, and then all of that little shenanigans, yeah, that all went downhill. And I would imagine as well, regardless if you were full-time or part-time, you would actually have to sign up to the union. It wouldn't be compulsory to join a union. I know you might be a little bit of a black sheep if you didn't sign up, but I'd imagine that should have been voluntary. So that's what you're dealing with. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. It was a decent job, and for the time, and the pay was good. But it's beside the point. It was decent money. We're talking a long time ago, and, you get a lot more for the money. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. 99% of the time, there's no downside. What I find here is there would be usually a representative from the workers, kind of what we would call a shop steward. And these are the guys that are supposed to look out for your rights. Let's say if you don't get your intended break, you're treated badly, he would be like a kind of witness. What tends to happen here is the shop steward is actually not picked out by the workers, but picked out by the company that you're working for. So they would usually pick out a snake, a company guy, They would usually pick out a snake. Because I remember, we were working some long hours. We were supposed to get a 15-minute break, and they skipped it. So he went up anyway, I think, to the floor manager, huge man, real pig, and he said, we should be, getting a 15-minute break. And I was actually standing there, I couldn't believe it. And the floor manager must have been having a bad day, so he just turned round to him and he told him, plain and simply, to F off. Yeah, that was the reply to this so-called union rep. He told him to F off. And, the shop steward just went away with his tail between his legs. The same shop steward would, if anyone was coming in late, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and anyone was clocking them in, on the punch card, yeah, he would rat them out to management. So all he was a spy. He was just a spy for corporate, But he got his comeuppance anyway, eventually. The same guys that he was simping for the company betrayed him and showed him the door. Yeah, he got what he deserved. I despise company men. Company men in the sense where, they're like a kind of double agents, those spies, down with the guys that's working and just spying on them from management. Rats, I think they call them. Well, I was just a kid, but this, oh, these guys are hostile, that's good. We get a bit of killing done here. That was my first taste of corporate, how the corporate structure works. But the fees, wasn't bad. It would work out like a buck a day or something. Which is probably more now. I'd say you get a lot more for your money then than you would now. Yeah. And this is just gathering up stuff to scrap and to sell.
Doing this the hard way.
Guns are worth about 160 each. Oh, he's a legendary, is he? Get out of my way. Come with this. We use a lot of action points. Alright, where's that legendary? Did you notice this guy is legendary again? So, usually when you get one legendary, you'll get another guy. Where is that? There he is. Could leave you down a minute. We just get this guy. We'll clean up a bit. Where? Now there's just one more after this. We'll stop at Red Rocket and then we'll sort out what we have. We'll buy some junk. We'll head out to the outpost. And I'll show you my little problem. I was looking at it for about 20 minutes today. And I can't figure out the design where we can get away with this. There he is.
Leave a beautiful corpse, or in your case, just a corpse.
Oh, what's that? Ah, it's a piece of rubbish. That's a pity. Okay, we might be lucky and find another one, but we'll get a few heavy pieces, I'd say, anyway. Probably. Right, guys. Obviously be eating a lot of ammo as well. Hey, oh, there you are. He's got a heavy. You see that one of the arms on that side? Yeah, chest piece as well. That looked like a left arm. No, right arm actually. That it? No, there's one more upstairs.
You're out of your league, pal.
Oh no, I know where this one is. She's down here. Yep. Is that heavy? The leg looks heavy. I really hate it when they do that with enemies. This is one heavy, yeah. Ah, sugar. Hap defend Egretors Marina. And this is a problem. Let me see. We'll have to go back immediately for this if we're to successfully. That's a pity. Okay. 1 second. That really puts I wonder could we get that other one out? Okay, I know we've got a ton of junk. I suppose we can go back with this. Okay. If we go now, we'll have time to stop off at home plate and dump this junk. I really hate it when they do this. And usually when you get one, you get like 3 or 4. Within about every 14 or 15 hours. I needed to get most of this junk here anyway. I was hoping to get it all together. Save me a bit of time. Yeah, well, we're selling all that packed junk as well. We don't really need it now. Yeah, we got a good few heavy combat pieces. Oh, the glasses. Now they're pretty cool. I always keep them. I might use those later. I got a ton of XP and cash from that a while back. Yay! I'll fix that other weapon later. Yeah, looking forward to this month and especially the next 2 months going. Oh, cool! To Japan with my dad and daughter for 2 months. Oh, that's nice. That will be. Will definitely be a change. No, I have to say I've never been. Wouldn't mind trying it sometime. Yeah, sounds pretty good. Nice. That sounds pretty decent. These are very, very, very important for later when we're, fixing this thing up. Now, just one more thing. Where is it? Here. You just get rid of this. There it is. Oh, we stole that guy away. Okay, we're almost ready to do this defense. Actually, I'll leave this here. We can scrap these when we're going out. Yeah, we're to defend this thing. That will be perfect. Now, we're ready. Oh yeah, yeah. But the vast majority in Europe, probably every country at one stage or another in Europe, and once to North Africa. But that's it. Never been to North America, or South America either for that. And of course Asia. Yeah. Yeah, it might be a bit warm for me there. I would be terrified of insects. Yeah. Yeah, Morocco. Yeah. Well, it's pretty close to Spain. Yeah. Yeah. But that was only a holiday. It doesn't really count. You know what holidays are like. But I wouldn't even really consider that because you're just stuck in one place and you're just a tourist. No, but working in the other countries is an experience. You haven't really been to a country unless you're working in it, in a sense. Living in it for a certain amount of time, maybe a month, 2, maybe even 3 months. Eking out a living, and you get a better feel for the spot. Because you can be to every country in the world. Like I have friends, and they've been to maybe a dozen countries, but you get off the plane, you get into a taxi, you go to a hotel, you go to the bar, you drink, you go to the swimming pool, you go to bed. You don't move really much from the hotel. So you can just do that at home. There's no point. Yeah. It is. Yeah, it's the only way to do it. Now, the other way is to be very active on a holiday. To be out and about, see the sights. That's pretty cool as well. But no, you don't really know a place, and you haven't really visited it until you've been working there for a while. You get a better understanding of it, as you've got to work with people and from there, and you learn a little bit about them, But always when you're working with someone or surviving in a spot where you see it for what it really is, Because when you're there as a tourist, you'll get that kind of tourist treatment, Oh, I do as well, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, well, being teetotal is okay. Yeah, it's actually to your benefit, Well, I've been to some pretty strange places. I won't say the entire country is like that, but I couldn't base any kind of assumption that the entire country would be like that. It'd be like, let's say, speaking to 20 people from a certain country and then basing what you know on those people in that country. But I've been to a few, and they were pretty xenophobic and pretty nationalist, Yeah, so there's still that. But that's only, let's say, in places that I've been and certain people that I was unfortunate enough to meet. But I couldn't say if the entire spot was like that, but it would improve the odds, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. But then again, you see, you might be just unlucky and just meet your first few people that are pretty toxic. There's toxic people everywhere. So you couldn't base what you think of a place just on the few people you've met. If you're talking about a country with a population maybe of 10 million, and you were there, let's say, and let's say you met 100 people and 10 of them were toxic. Yeah. No. No. I haven't. Well, kind of. The USSR. Yeah. I was over the border before the wall came down, and that was East Berlin, and that would have been considered part of the Soviet Union, although there is no USSR anymore. Yeah. So, kind of technically, I suppose. Ish. Kind of. Yeah. No, that would be too much for me, Yeah. And when I say Europe, I mean Western Europe. Yeah. No, nothing like Ukraine or all of those ones. No. No, because it would have been my work that brought me there, and you'd never go to these places. Yeah. I've got a piece of it somewhere. Yeah, I had it stored here, and stuff was put in the attic. I'm lucky if it's not lost, but it's somewhere in the attic. Yeah, I've got a small piece of it. Somewhere. But, you couldn't tell. It's just a piece of concrete, It's nothing special about it. Yeah, it is. It actually is. But the wall was pretty complicated. I remember on our side, and it was just kind of like, concrete. There was a lot of graffiti and stuff. And inside of that, I think there was like an electric fence. I remember looking from one of the high-rise buildings. And then the other side of that, I'm almost sure, was something like a kind of glass area. But, there would be patrols and dogs, and I heard there was mines and stuff in there. Yeah. Strange. But in the beginning, they were telling me that, there was just an ordinary wall and people were jumping over it every 5 minutes. So, yeah, mines, yeah, and dogs and you name it, snipers and all kinds of things. They were going over it in hand gliders, or they were doing everything. So they got a little bit more complicated with the wall then. But East Berlin was in ruins that time, But even West Berlin, it's only lately they started to recover. I remember all of their sewage works was above ground. You know how we would have a system that all piped underground, and in the summer, oh my God, in Berlin, the smell of poo was absolutely stifling. They had the pipes above ground, and it was horrible in the summer. There was a lot of damage during the war. That place was absolutely leveled. And even when you're working there isn't an inch in Berlin that when you don't dig down maybe 2 feet that you get ash. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. It was tall, alright, yeah. It wasn't so bad on our side, it was all graffiti and everything, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting. But I wasn't there too long, when it came down. But that was weird, to be honest. And it was the crowds that were gathering up was a little bit frightening. I thought it was some kind of invasion or something, but it was crazy. Yeah, it was crazy. Now, but none of us realized the significance of it at the time. You know. Okay, it's usually just a few gunners here, about half a dozen. I'll land spawn in with 3 of them, we'll kill them quickly, and then just across there's 2 to 3 that will come down the bankment. Those guys are most likely to be, if there is any legendaries, to be those. Yeah. How one man's tunnel under Berlin Wall saved 20 hours. Oh yeah, that's... I remember going to the museum near Checkpoint Charlie. This would have been probably on my second visit, I think, in, I think, the early 90s. And there was one guy, and they had these little East German cars, like a Skoda or a Lada, this kind of like square looking thing. But what he did was, he made his driving seat out of some kind of synthetic foam, and he dug out an area for his wife to be the chair. So she kind of kneeled down, and he pushed the chair over and put the seat cover and sat on her as they drove through. But he actually smuggled his wife through that way. That was kind of weird. But they did it all: hand gliders, hot air balloons, and then there was another guy, and he had, like, you know, one of those kind of ropes, and he was one side of the wall, and he trundled over the other side, hoping someone would grab it. But someone did, and they tied it up to a high building, and he used you know, those kind of, you know, like a kind of, you know, you slide down the rope kind of thing to get over it, you know. Yeah. Crazy times, indeed. Absolutely. Now let me get something to drink. But I remember with a certain company, and we were working anyway, and I was having a conversation with this guy. He was German, and I spoke a little, and his English was really good. But they had a funny system at the time. Yeah, Checkpoint Charlie. It wasn't much to look at, to be honest. But you know, let's say when the older people, the Germans, they were doing deals, let's say, you know, they got a guy around and they needed a job done, you know, and let's say if that guy said, let's say 20,000 marks, and they would consider, and if they wanted the job done, they'd say, yeah, sure, go ahead. Or to say, no, not interested because we need to do this work, we need to do that work. But they would never bargain. You know, usually here, you know, let's say if a guy's saying, oh, well, you know, it's not exactly my budget, you know, do you think you could, you know, do some kind of discount? They would never do that. And I found this strange because, you know, dealing with people here and in the UK and stuff like that, they would always do that. And he said, well, it's kind of like this, and it absolutely made sense. He said, you know, before the war came down, you know, there was the East German mark and the West German one, and the East German mark was pretty much rubbish money, you know, like the ruble. And he said there was nothing to buy, you know. People would, you know, trade chickens and cows and barter system and that, and the money was pretty much useless, and, you know, and he said, we still have that kind of mentality where, you know, money is just absolutely useless. But, you know, when the war came down, the West actually honoured their currency, you know, mark for mark, which, well, they had to do, really, you know. But yeah, funny. But I've found the German people to be very honest, very, very hardworking. They have an absolutely iron kind of system for work. You know, they take it very, very seriously. And probably one of the most, how could I say this? Almost like they're fearful of their police force. You know, they would, you know, if they're doing something that, let's say, is not really bad, but not exactly illegal, let's say like double parking or stuff like that, they're pretty fearful of doing that, not like here. You know, so we get a ticket, so what? You know, kind of thing. but an unbelievable work ethic, and pretty decent, you know, pretty decent, just like everyone else. Where are we going? Here, this is the one. But just like every country now in Europe, they're having their problems. Now this is the tree. And this is really predictable. Okay, they went down quick. Now there's the two I said coming from there, so no legendaries. Sometimes it's three, but that's about it. There's another spawn point behind us, so there's little to no chance of getting anything there. And these guys don't really level up, so there's gonna be some Hey, come here. Hey, now. Gonna be some really cheap, nasty stuff for these guys. There it is. So just 5 on that. We'll collect the junk here, and we'll help the guys out in a moment. You'll get lucky sometimes. You'll get a legendary, but this is not one of the great spots. If you're lucky enough to get a legendary when you first arrive here, the chances of getting one on further trips here are like 20 times greater, I'd say. It reminds me a bit of Ireland, actually. You know, out in the cities when you go rural, you know. Very nice country. But I found the insect problem to be acute. Yeah, really weird. It's like the wildlife in the country, it's overrunning everything. I remember we were looking for a place to stay, and it was quite late. But we were talking to this guy, and he said, "Oh yeah," he said, "there's like a bed and breakfast there." But he said, "It's in this kind of lane. It was in the middle of nowhere, close to a forest. But this would have been close to the kind of Bavarian border. But it was late in the summer. But really nice weather. I think at this time they were having their biggest heat wave in 20 years. But when we got there, it was quite late. It was about, I don't know if it was midnight or even later. But we were looking from a distance, and we could see the light. You know, they had these large floodlights, and it was almost like a kind of 18th century Victorian house. It was that kind of square build kind of thing, which is unusual to see. So it was quite old. I'd say it would have been, you know, built a long time ago. But, you know, huge kind of rectangle house kind of thing. Pretty much like you'd see here. But we were back a bit in the distance, and as I said, it had these large floods kind of illuminating it. But as we were a good bit out, and I said to one of the guys, I said, "That is the most unusual thing I've ever seen." I said, "Imagine painting a house black." You know, I've never seen a house painted black. But that's the colour we seen. But when we got closer, we realised that it actually wasn't painted black. The house was covered in insects. It was like something right out of a horror movie. There were so many there that they didn't have room, and they were about stacked tree high. Yeah. Absolutely terrible. Yeah. Absolutely. And I remember going up to ring the doorbell, and I literally had to brush the insects. It creeped me out. There were some kind of flies, and ring the doorbell. But yeah, they're probably not much into pest control. But I found that strange. We were also out driving one day, and this large insect managed to fly in the front window. But it was huge. Like, with its wingspan, it must have been like 6 to 7 inches. But this thing absolutely terrified us. But I remember we were on, luckily enough it wasn't the autobahn, it was like a side road. So I don't remember opening the door, but I remember jumping out. I think I jumped through the window. But we slowed down to about 10 miles per hour. I think I jumped through the window. We literally left the car on, you know, the road, let's say, without anyone there, and it kind of screeched to a halt. But I think one of the guys went back with his shoe and killed it. But I don't know what it was. But it was it really creeped me out. Yeah, absolutely, really creeped me out. But mosquitoes as well. They didn't touch me because my skin is pretty brown, and I was there a while, you know. But if you arrived, if you were a newbie there and your skin was nice and white, you were a target. But I remember a friend of ours come over, and he always fancied himself a bit of a mechanic. But one of the drives in one of the guy's car, it was gone, and it was the weekend, so you know you couldn't get him to a garage. But he arrived, early enough in the evening, straight from the UK. I think it was Lancashire. No, not Lancashire. Derbyshire. I think that's what it was. Something like that. Or Derbyshire, something like that. But he was a big guy, you know, pretty beefy, you know, but as white as snow. And I remember he said, "Oh, I've got a trolley thing, I'll slip over, guys." He said, "And I'll have a look at it and see what I can do." Now, it was getting late now in the evening, and it was getting nice and cool, and I know that's when the mosquitoes would come. But I didn't say nothing, none of us did. So he stripped off down to his shorts, and I remember he was underneath and he was doing something. And we just sat back, you know, we're having some drinks, some nice cool drinks, just waiting for the fun to start. But we seen it coming, this kind of black cloud of mosquitoes. And then it hovered around for a while and then right under the car. And then we heard the screams. They tore him apart and he couldn't get out really quickly, you know. I think he bumped his head as well. But when he got out, he was eaten alive. He was absolutely eaten alive with mosquitoes. And they really had a feast. But I remember, let's say, you know, that pretty much leave me alone, you know. And I did take off my watch one day. And you know, obviously, you know, underneath your watch, your skin would be nice and white. And I remember within 2 minutes I got bitten, right where the watch was. So yeah, I didn't like mosquitoes. Okay, okay, let's go up and solve this little problem up here. Uh, I'm sorry, guys. Oh, it was a raider. Okay, I'm not sorry for not saving it then. Silly raider. Oh, super mutants. How many raiders and super mutants and rust devils? That's kind of stupid, isn't it? 3 factions. Okay, we can go back and we can do our thing now. I want to start clearing the workbenches as well. It's stabilize this game a bit better. But that was all in the past. But yeah, I would recommend to anyone who's young and fit and wants to see the world to get out.
Seems to be growing well.
Do your thing. But yeah, definitely worth it. Might not make a ton of money, but the experience is worth it, you know. It's kind of expensive because you've got hotels, you've got loads of junk to deal with. Food and accommodation, that was our biggest expense. Being guys, we don't really cook, so we'd always eat out. That was extremely expensive. No. This is a great chance to get this done as well. The rat scorpion stinger. Where are you? Sugar. Okay, let's get rid of these. Oh, that's horrible. Nah, we'll leave that there for a while. It's not eating any grass, so to speak. That's the red scorpion stinger it is. No, I want those guys for crafting. No. Leather's going to be a thing as well. The lightweight, yeah, okay. We'll start doing these guys as well, because if there's stuff on it, you'll get a good bit of junk from it. But if it's just ordinary heavy leather, it's just the same as the other one. You're better off selling it. Going to go on. Oh, nice for a bit. Nice. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. Yeah, I've been doing so much of this combat armor stuff. I was never using Claude. I had about 2,000. It's almost gone. Some stuff is just a waste of time scrapping. You're wasting your time. Huh. I don't know what's in the welding goggles. So let me see. I usually just sell them. But let's say if you're using materials towards what they cost and scrapping this junk, it's actually better to scrap them. I know I will be using a lot of this. Yeah, cloth, rubber and steel. Oh, it's the screws. The Strenton stuff is probably the best. You'd use a lot of screws. Yeah, okay. We're taking a lot here, guys. I want to clear these benches. Oh. Yeah, well, there's no point in that, is there? Right, let's get back with this junk, guys. Yeah, we've pretty much figured this one out. Right, let's get back. So we need to get back to Nuke 1, but we'll get rid of some of the junk we have here. Why not? Collect some junk as well. I was reading a book too about unethical human experimentation. I was reading. It was probably set in the 1930s then. Okay, probably during the eugenics phase. Yeah. Yeah. We had a guy on here, actually. I remember we're streaming. Young was here as well. And he just popped up out of nowhere. And he literally said, "What do you think about eugenics?" And I said, "I think it's right up there with, reading someone's, fortune by, their head." I told him what I told of it. It was basically just a kind of go-to racist tool. Horrible time to trying to get science to back that, one person is more superior than another, and just because of the place of their birth or the color of their skin. But it was used extensively in the 30s. Yeah. Drop off location. Yeah. Oh yeah. But the 30s was the worst, I think. I do know that a couple of influential figures were behind it. I think Henry Ford was one. Yeah, but he was a well-known anti-Semitic. But if I'm not mistaken, JFK's sister was a victim of that kind of stuff. She was, by today's standards, she would be considered like ADHD kind of thing. You know, very, very hard to deal with. But they brought her into the sanatorium or whatever they call it there, and they did a kind of lobotomy kind of thing. She died not too long ago. She outlived everyone, but it absolutely destroyed her. And that was the Kennedy family. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. There's been a few cases, all right. Yeah. Held a message. Yeah. To test whether or not blah 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 study to feed. Yeah. Yeah. I'll let this one through because you know it's not just because of a certain word. Yeah, it was stopped, but I'll let it through. Yeah. Reporters of 60 Minutes learned that these 5 years the brain of every child died. Oh yeah. There was a recent case here, O'Keefe, with someone I knew. Their kid, infant, died, and the brain was illegally removed. Yeah, that is absolutely horrible. That's the only fear I have. You know, when I pass away, I don't want my corpse to be desecrated like that. You know. But they should. You shouldn't be a plaything for people. You know, and I think in the West here it's gone too far. You know, it's absolutely gone too far. Yeah, that's my fear actually. You know, that they'll chop me up when I pass away. I want to meet my maker in one piece. You know, I can understand if I'm sick and I have to operate and stuff like that. But after I'm dead, I'm dead. You know, or if there was some kind of suspicious circumstances. But going for an autopsy for no reason, no. Yeah. Exactly, exactly. I have told my sons my wishes, and I don't know if I knew when, if I got really sick, I would definitely hire the services of a good solicitor. There has to be something done about this. You know what I mean? I know probably in the big scheme of things it doesn't mean anything, but it does to me. You know what I mean? It does to me. I don't want, you know, people to be cutting me up and interns coming in and, you know, them showing them what to do and that. I'm not a learning tool. You know, I'm a person. You know. Oh, there's a lot of stuff on the internet about it, all right. Yeah. But it's not just in the US, it's everywhere. It's the medical profession. But a lot of the stuff that's written would be about the US. But not because they do it the most, because probably it's most popular for readers, you know. But it's not uniquely American. You remember the scandals here, O'Keefe, when they were running those religiously run centres, let's say, for unmarried mothers with kids, or kids that were abandoned. This was during the 1950s, so, you know, it wasn't going back centuries. But they found a cesspit when they were building. This was just a few years, well, about 10 years back. This was about 10 years back. They found a cesspit out back, and it had something like the remains of maybe 3 dozen infants. Didn't get a proper burial in a religious run institution. There was rumours flying around that in those days that medical companies could come in and do experiments, you know, testing out new vaccines and medicines on these kids. And because they were orphans, you know, people are horrible, O'Keefe. They're absolutely horrible. They really are. As if because they were abandoned or orphaned that they were less important than anyone else, that they were guinea pigs. Yeah. It's a pity that all the people responsible are already dead, because I'd probably strangle them myself if I got my hands on them, you know. Oh yeah, it's happened here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, some horrible stuff. Well, sometimes, let's say, the stuff that you see on the internet is a bit iffy. You know, when you dig a little bit deeper into research, you know, they make assumptions and kind of goes haywire from there. But it's usually, you know, pretty bad. But the stuff that gets national attention here, they've dug a lot, and yeah, you know, some really bad stuff. You know, there's bad people out there in any country and in any stage in history. You know, we as a race, as humans, we don't really change that much. Technology changes, you know, customs, even cultures to a certain extent, but people never change. Some of us are just born evil. Yeah. Born with a corrupt soul. But every time I read something like that, it absolutely breaks my heart. It makes me extremely angry and stressed to know that there's people like that walking around, you know. Okay, what are we doing now? Oh yeah, I think we're okay, aren't we? We just gotta... Oh, hang on, this is the... Okay, we'll go selling, we said, isn't it? Yeah, good enough. We go selling. Now, aluminum, screws, blah blah blah, that kind of junk we're looking for here. And now is a good time to stockpile it. You'll see how quickly I could have a mountain of this, and within 2 settlements I'd be, you know, absolutely flat out of stuff again. You see, the problem with government or any large organisation is you can have one faction that's working, let's say, not hand in hand with another. You get these individuals, let's say, that kind of go rogue and do their own stuff, you know. There's no accountability, and this is the problem with government and with corporations, where you might even get the leader of a company and he might be pretty ethical. And, you know, the guys beneath him, let's say, you know, jockeying positions, let's say, for better pay and that, they can do some shady stuff and hide it. And get away with it most of the time. So, you know, that's always the problem with big organizations. They tend to run themselves, you know. Oh, definitely. Well, there is a lot more junk in food, yeah. Yeah, but this is all social media, O'Keefe. Yeah. This is all social media. It's impossible now. Like, every time you leave a fingerprint on social media, you've attracted maybe a dozen cookies. Tracking cookies, all of that stuff. Yeah. The only way now to avoid this is to get yourself a little spaceship, probably contact Todd for that, build one of his little settlements on the moon, and live there. So, what we need to do now is we need to learn to limit what we do, I suppose. Now, there's ways that you can get certain apps and stuff, let's say, to absolutely block all cookies and tracking and stuff like that. And never ever, and I never do. You know, when you're trying to look something up and they're trying to force you to give consent for cookies, don't ever let anyone give you those cookies. You'll get them anyway, let's say, every so often without your consent. So every couple of weeks, I clear my cache. But the problem with that is you got to put your apps and stuff back in again. There should be a law, Yeah. Or there should be a system where you can clear any cookies without touching any of the other information. But you'll see some websites, when you're back in, some are pretty decent. Hi, Gromulus, where, you can reject all cookies, but some there's just the option to take it. And then let's say if you don't want to do that, when you try to back out, it literally won't let you out. It literally won't let you out. And you have to go to the trouble of closing the screen and starting again. And to be honest, at least 50% of the people wouldn't even go to that trouble to say, well, I'll accept it anyway because I don't want the trouble of doing this and that, So they're very manipulative, yeah. Now, okay, we are going on a buying spree.
Risk tampering with our humanity.
You know, a shotgun's great insurance against
Uh-huh. Let's see what you've got.
everything.
Uh-huh.
Okay, right. We're kind of okay for those. That, and we want that. They're the two important ones now. Oh, that was quick. But especially ballistic fiber now, there's 3 spots I can get that, but only 25 and 75 each time. I think it takes 6 per costume, so you're talking about a lot of ballistic fiber. Not to mention the heavy combat armor uses that as well.
Suppose we can do business.
Let's see what you've got.
Here's what we got.
That's a pretty ugly armor, isn't it? That marine armor. It's hard to know. These things they do, and it's impossible for them to know. You see, a lot of these things on the internet would be done. Let's say if they kind of shed bad light, it's always an agenda. I'd be very, very careful there, O'Keefe. They probably set it as a high percentage of maybe over 50%, but this is not. This is done bad faith. I think, O'Keefe, because unless they spoke to every single person in the US, you know what I mean? Now, you could go out and you could do a survey. You could talk to 200 people. And let's say if 101 people or 102 said they believed that they were somewhere involved, like, you couldn't base it on that. So I think that most of the stuff, it's done with a certain agenda, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. I know the story about the towers and that, but with all of these theories, you never see any concrete proof. You see people on that and whatsoever. It's hard to know. It wouldn't surprise me either way, but a lot of these are done by, in some way, by people maybe that have an axe to grind, or else it's just some kind of clickbait, and this kind of stuff gathers more views, obviously, and more money, more revenue, but I'm always pretty skeptical of everything, and I think critical thinking is the best way. It's the best way. But remember, you're basing your, like, when you think, okay, yeah, that's probably it. Remember, you're basing all your opinions on what someone else said. And as Hugh Laurie from House used to say, people lie. Even sometimes they lie when they don't even know they're lying. The problem in these complex things where you would say the government or whatever was involved, if you get one of these little assumptions just a tiny bit wrong, your end is like, it's a mile off. So when you have a couple of unproven facts and assumptions in, let's say if your first fact was wrong, and then you're basing everything on this, the Roswell thing is, it's a bit iffy as well. It's really, really iffy. Yeah. Like, if one guy says something is it's this way, and another guy says something is that way, you can always go to the internet and you'll find like-minded people, even people in science, to back you up. So you could say two different things, two opposing things about a certain subject, and you'll get plenty of people on each side to back you up. So this is the kind of echo chamber, guys, that you're dealing with. So if you have a certain assumption to start with, it will lead you down this road. And I think it's wrong to base it on, I think logic as well. Obviously you're entitled to believe what you want to, but strangely enough, if you get echoed with too much of this, you will start to believe more in a certain thing, But I'm always skeptical of everything. You know what I mean? You'd apply logic and, like, for instance, let's take the thing that happened with Trump, who was running again, and that horrible thing that happened to him. There was a couple of theories out there saying it was staged. Now, that does not make sense to me because, one poor guy got killed in the back and two were badly injured. So, if you were staging something to give your life, it's highly unlikely, and I don't think the family of that poor fireman guy would be too amused with you telling them that it was all staged. So there's always these kind of theories out there. Some are absolutely ludicrous, and some kind of make sense, but not based on anything concrete. There's even been more rumours that the guy was an employee of the FBI, and that he's a Democrat. But according to BBC, which I don't know, would objectively be, let's say, neutral in this. They were all registered Republicans and pretty high up on the ladder, let's say, as voters and that, according to Republican records, and the guys that they would go to for donations and help during elections. So I wouldn't be getting stuck down that rabbit hole. Yeah, the guy getting killed, like, no. Let's say, even if you got someone silly enough to sacrifice their life, nobody would stand there, no matter how good the marksman was, to get slightly injured like that. Like, the chances, even from that distance, of getting your head blown off, no. That would not be one of my theories. I think it was some guy that didn't want to live, and was pretty weird, and he knew that if he managed to do what he did, even now, even though he's failed, he's in the history books. He's in the history books. Like, let's face it, guys, Lincoln was taken out almost 200 years ago. Like, I'm living the other side of the world, and it happened 200 years ago. And I know the name of the guy that did it, and his name was John Wilkes Booth. So this is a kind of immortality, and people want to be remembered, and this guarantees it. So if you were a guy that wanted to be remembered and you didn't want to be on the planet anymore, if you know what I mean, this makes a lot of sense to him. And I think, to me, if I was playing the odds, I think this is what happened, Oh, no, I don't know. But what does a marksman look like, But I do know he had a year's training, apparently. But, you can get lucky as well, But, if you're suggesting that it was the grassy knoll thing where, he was doing one shot and the guy was shooting from another area, well, he wasn't a very good marksman either, was he? Because from that distance, any sniper in the military worth his salt would be a pretty easy shot, So that would bring you back to the staged thing. And again, the stage thing doesn't make any sense because of the fatalities, and I don't think anyone would stand up for someone to take a pot shot at them, even if it was staged. So I think that has absolutely no merit. Sure. But remember, there's so many conspiracy theories out there, and there's pictures. There's one of a lady that didn't seem concerned, and oh, she's definitely part of it. And look, she's standing up with a camera and she's doing that. I think the woman was just, silly. Didn't know the danger, didn't care. Was a little bit loopy. Bit stupid. To be honest, because if you were part of it or not, you would obviously be afraid of getting shot. Or it could be a kind of thing where this thing is on such a regular occurrence that people now become kind of desensitized, El Salam. Some viewers think her behavior could be explained by way of possible psychedelic drug use, while others say she could have been trying to hide from a pursuer. Some even linked to the death of Korean. Yeah, a ritual, pressing buttons. No, I don't think I ever have. No, I don't think I ever have. But usually, guys, when you're looking at something like that, the most obvious thing is 99.99% of the time to be fact. And if I was forced to bet my life on something, I would say that, the guy did take the shot. I think he was just crazy. That would be where the odds would lie. Yeah, and then you get people that, the three, they always have to have three names and they're trying to get links with numbers and stuff like that, but, got found on the top of a hotel where the night stalker used to stay and serial killer found. Serial killers are pretty nuts and very scary, yeah. Well, this guy was a budding serial killer, really, but he wanted instant fame. And he's got it, guys, I know Oswald, yeah, Lee Harvey Oswald. He was killed then by Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby apparently had ties to the mafia. Strange occurrence. Now, if you were to go to an assassination that was a bit fishy, JFK's one was a bit fishy, to be honest. Even I would have to agree with that. A guy, let's say, that was kind of streetwise, to take out Oswald like that, it's not like he had any love for the president. Someone that would be probably selfish, absolutely, with having ties to a criminal organization. That was fishy, all right, to be honest. Yeah. The shot that was successful from appeared to be a mediocre marksman on a moving target. Could have been a fluke, but, it's fishy. But again, just cannot be proved. But that's the only one that you could say, well, we're not getting the full story here. But that's just my opinion, for what it's worth. Oh my. Yeah.
Well, but our job
But
is far.
I wouldn't take much stock on any conspiracy theory. And I'm not saying that they're true or false. On the contrary. I'm just saying that, well, obviously, if there's 100 conspiracy theories, either none or just one. So odds are you're going with any particular thing, just based on what someone said with no concrete proof. It's kind of folly. If you apply a certain logic and common sense to any kind of situation, you'd probably get closer to the truth, Boot ran from the theatre and was caught in a warehouse. That's right. Oswald ran from a warehouse and was caught in a theatre. It's kind of a Nostradamus thing, in a sense, where these things kind of come together in a certain thing. But I'm sure in the US, let's say, towards other countries, there's a lot of warehouses and theatres, so chances of that happening. But, you could get any two assassination attempts or any two things in history, and if you try hard enough, you'll always find links, you know. Mm. In 1960, yeah. Yeah. And I do know about the conspiracy theory, let's say, involving George Bush with the JFK thing. Again, again, just hearsay, and again, unprovable. Now, the assumption, you'd have to go with a certain assumption, Gromulus, that the guy was actually telling the truth. When he said that, you know, after the assassination, they shut down the whole place and they questioned everyone. Apparently, not far from there, they stopped George Bush Sr. when he was pretty young, and he was there for something, and, you know, he passed with flying colours, and they asked him, apparently, you see, but you got to believe the person saying this to buy into this, and, you know, you're taking a big step when you take someone's word for it. They asked him, was he ever affiliated with the CIA, and he said, what's the CIA? I don't even know what is the CIA? And then apparently within 12 months he was director of the CIA. So from going from not knowing who the CIA was to its director in a year or two after, it's pretty remarkable. But then you would have to take what the guy said as the truth. And, you know, he could be lying. So you could actually, you know, very, very, very sketchy, to be honest. You know, you basing your whole assumption on what someone says with no proof, it's folly. And let's say 999,099 times out of a million, you're going to be conned. You know. But yeah, it's hard to know. Both of the president's ancestors were Democrat. Yeah. Well, the same way you could say both of them claimed Irish ancestry, because like 80% of people in the US, you'll always find, you know, but it wouldn't have any relevance to the situation, you know. But the links are actually, yeah, quite interesting. Yeah, I do like links like that. Yeah. Lincoln had the secretary named Kennedy. The Ford Theatre. Kennedy had a secretary named Lincoln. Cool, yeah. Again, common names, I suppose. He was American, Trump would say, because he was, yeah. When he heard the line on the news, my patient who 94 said exactly what happened. Yeah. Similarities, yeah. Oh, the bombing, yeah, when the assassination attempt. 94. Oh my. That's a great age. He would have seen a lot of life in history. Yeah. Yeah. That's an old line, you know, sent by God, saved by God, divine providence. I would try, if I was a celebrity or in a big, I would try to avoid mentioning God. Yes, correct. That is correct. Yep. Lee Harvey Oswald. Yeah, there was rumours that he had a CIA handler. You see, I think the problem, Gromwell, is in any country, and especially the US, our governments have no transparency, so we're always suspicious, you know. And not being able to trust your government, you know, it leaves the whole situation open. Yeah. Great stories. Nice. Nice. I'd love to speak with your friend, Pyro. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to speak with your friend. Yeah? But no, guys, really and truly, I think the vast majority of the population would probably think as I do. The problem with government and the problem with things is zero transparency, and we do not trust the people we have in charge. So that leaves all kind of wild speculation going about. And I'm not saying they did or they didn't, who knows. But what I'm saying is the odds that this was some big conspiracy is very, very low. You know, absolutely very low. Now, it's possible it could be. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying, and I'll be generous, that it's 1 in 100, and that's generous. But from what I know, from what I've seen, and using a little bit of logic, I would be betting that this was just, one of those things. Some guy that wanted to check out and wanted to be remembered, and, he pretty much knew whether he got him or not. He didn't have to even do it to be slain, let's say, taken down there and that. He's pretty much going to be remembered. Maybe not like Boot because he didn't actually succeed, but he'll still be in the history books. And that's what he wanted, so he got his objective. Yeah. Like serial killers and psychopathic people and tyrants are pretty much the same. They want to be remembered. But you'll get a lot of people who will use this as an opportunity for clickbaiting, for views, for political gain, you name it. And that's human nature. And that's something that, we all have to do. Or we all have to live with, I should say. And I don't think we should give it any credence and encourage it. But there is one thing, I think that everyone agrees that was unacceptable, no matter what your political beliefs are. You shouldn't be, your life shouldn't be in danger like that, and people shouldn't be, no matter how you dislike a person, condoning that kind of thing. Because it leads to a very, very, very dysfunctional society. It's a very, very slippery slope. And it could, get out of control. And, that's not going to be good. And it's not going to be sensible. Yeah, that's all I can say. Now, okay.
From over.
Let's spend our money.
You again. All right, got plenty of supplies.
Let's see what you've got.
Just don't call it.
Oh, we don't need that. There's certain things I want to get that. Now, this is what we're looking for. Now, the problem we've done so much in this, maybe I should have doing the settlements between the quests, but we're just stuck on the settlements now. But I don't know how long we'll keep the streams going with just doing the settlements. But I used to do just settlements before, so I can't really see the difference in a sense. But I used to use a mod, so I didn't have to go buy this junk, so this will take a lot of time. But I don't mind it so much if you guys don't mind it. And then we'll get back to the other games. But I'd love to get organized here and get myself a PC so we can get some different games. But trying to get your wife to move junk is it's definitely an uphill struggle. Okay. 11, that's good. Now, there's a good spot in, where is it? In Good Neighbor here, or it is Good Neighbor, yeah.
Hell of a load you're carrying.
But I don't know, I suppose no matter how bad things get,
Before someone
I think
swipes
what
it.
everyone should remember is, regardless of your religion, your creed, your culture, your colour, or your political status, you're all fellow countrymen and you should have each other's back. And I don't think turning on each other is the way to go.
Don't worry. I only test the weapons on customers I don't like. Feel free to browse.
But a divided nation is a very controllable one, you know. When I mean control in a bad way, I mean very, very easy to manipulate.
Let's see what you've got.
Let's get you.
I suppose democracy is by far the best system we have. But at the end of the day, democracy is a kind of mob, in a sense. And we do need government to keep certain things in check. The problem is, if that government has no accountability, that's open for abuse. And this has always been a problem with democracy. But still, it's still the best thing by far. But it does need to be updated a bit. It needs to be not as top heavy as it is. And it needs to have a lot, and I mean a lot more, transparency and accountability. If someone in public office, or let's say in a government job, messes up really, really bad, they should at the very least get the sack. Their job should not be protected. This is not something that happens in the private sector. And if you're in a job for life and you can make any mistake you want to with no repercussions, you're going to start making a lot of mistakes that, sometimes will benefit you. So that's open for a lot of abuse. 17th century, cool. Oh, nice. From family members, awesome. Yeah, I've never been into the collecting, let's say, antique weapons. Yeah. But isn't there a UK law passed now? But I think that's only having it on the street, isn't it? Yeah. Especially for the swords. Haven't they been banned in the UK? Because of the let's say, in the past 10 years, because of the spate of knife crime and stuff? Especially in London. Oh, would these be, let's say, blunted and just ornamental, probably? Yeah, maybe different roads for that. But I think collector's items would be under a different kind of category, wouldn't it? Okay, we're looking good, guys. That's it. Oh, the muffled. I need to get the polymer off there, and then we're pretty cool. It's just over here.
Means a lot to me that you made the library a safe.
This will save us a little bit of materials.
Now you're here to trade.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Let's see what you have.
All the supplies money or violence can buy.
No. But that's it. Let's see anything interesting here just for a moment before we move on. Not really. Yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, why not? Well, definitely that one anyway. Here, we might as well go the full way on this, because we're going to be really stuck for these later. I mean big time. Especially the stupid fiberglass. There. Right, we're done, guys. Let's go.
Better keep
I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I like doing this.
your
It's
eye on.
definitely not for everyone, you know. Now, what did I say? Yeah, we had a little bit to do here. We wanted to look at the outpost. It's almost done. I wanted to redesign it, but I'm not exactly happy with the bed situation. The problem is it's a really silly, awkward settlement to get to grips with. Oh, hang on, I'll have to probably bring that junk with me. Yeah. Okay, hang on for a moment. Oh. Let's see, I think we got rid of everything, didn't we? Pretty much. Okay, I better do a save here, guys, because we're going to go over to the outpost. And we'll see if we can do something about this situation. The woman who lives above us in the apartment block we live next to a nature, oh nice, a nature reserve, came to ask to remove my bird feeders from the balcony because of some bird droppings on her balcony. Ah, I was like, go live in the city. Seriously thinking of buying more bird feeders now. And that was a bit iffy. Yeah, this thing is going to happen anyway. But yeah, you know, if you're like here, we get, oh my god, the dive bomb in my car every day. It's sickening. But yeah, you're not going to avoid that. Yeah, that was a bit carnish, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. No, I think she'll have to, maybe one of the vaults in Fallout. There's no bird droppings there. It'll be pretty okay. Oh, yeah, those little things. Yeah, she might be a problem in the future. Yeah. She sounds a little bit entitled. You'd be surprised how many people you meet like that, Pyro. Seems to be a thing these days. There, okay, let's go for this. I'll bring all of this junk in this way too much, but this is a better system to be dealing with. I'll show you what we're dealing with here. Yeah, I'll show you my design problem. It's always been a horrible little little settlement to get the grips with. Well, let's dump off this junk. But all of these guys are finished. They've all got their weapons and armor and all that stuff. I gave them Voltec stuff. Well, it's just a painting on the heavy armor. It kind of fits in with the TV series, you know, the Raiders from the Vault. So we'll kind of work with that angle. We're going to spend some time on these anyway, so it might as well be now. Okay, come on now. Fertilizer was a bit stupid. But we'll definitely have all the stuff we need here now. Steel, but there's some vendors here, so I think we're good. Now we'll scrap this junk while we're here. We want to be careful we don't do damage, so... Let's see if we can get these guys out of the way. Right, just be careful I don't scrap some of the stuff we've already done. See what I mean? Gotta be careful of that, or it's all over. Okay, that looks good. Now, we need to sleep and then we'll do a save here. Okay. I'll show you my little design problem here. And it all stems from this. Everything else seems to be okay. Yeah, well, it still needs a little bit of touching up. I wouldn't consider this finished yet. It's this design here. The bed layout is it's really cruel. So we'll have a look at this. The problem with this is it's the way the thing is kind of sorted. Yeah, it's going to be nasty. I might be able to do some kind of loop over 2-story, I'd say. I might be able to get away with that. The problem with maybe. There's always a problem with the stairs, you know. Oh, hi Court, and how have you been? It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, still at this. We were doing some raider settlements that pretty much wiped out all of the quests. So kind of stuck now, so we're kind of getting back into the kind of building thing. There's a kind of design problem here I want to do. We finished Red Rock and that. We're doing the 8 settlements here for the raiders. And I'm pretty much finished Sentry, but all the quests are done. Except that at Moral Quest that kind of pops up every now and again. We should be able to get that in a few in-game days and see if we can finish that. Been just messing about, you know, having a bit of fun. So how have you been, Court? And sorry I missed your message. I was just kind of getting into this and my head just got lost around where rows of cats. I haven't seen a hedgehog, O'Keefe. Oh my. It's been 20 years since I've seen a hedgehog. Oh. A woodpecker. Nice. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Awesome. So what have you been up to, Court? So this is what I'm dealing with here, and I don't like it. It suits the purpose. Now, to get a good design, you'd have to break this down into 2, and that's not too bad. The problem is I needed 21 beds. You know what I mean? But this is a horrible, horrible, horrible place because of what I'm doing here for design. Now, I suppose I could go up 2-story. Yeah, I think probably that might be the way to go. The problem is, if we cut down the design, yeah, okay, we'll see. Oh, that stupid checkpoint. Here, let me go finish this checkpoint. We might be able to get something nice. There's a good chance of finding our legendary down here, so I give that one a little pop. Oh, that's good to hear. Working on Fallout build at the castle. Oh yeah, the Minuteman castle. Nice. When it's finished. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. It's been a while since I've done the castle. Well, this is our kind of vanilla thing here with Sentry. Oh, not sanctuary. What's this called again? The outpost. Oh, we're still carrying a load of junk. Okay, we'll have to do it anyway. Let's get on and help out these guys. Might get something cool. Staggering is brutal in this game. What have we got? Hello, guys. Ah, I see. Bye-bye, Mr. Devil. Ah, you gotta love the looting in this game. My god, that guy is doing some damage. Oh, the railroad. I haven't seen those guys for a while. This is the railroad. Ah, come on. I think I got him on the second. Yay! That's it. Now, we are going to start taking our junk. I'm keeping the armored stuff. I don't know, just for the hell of it, I suppose. Okay, we're massively over our weight. Okay, we got a few guys up here. Yeah, this is what I hate about this game, trying to find the dead bodies. They should have a system like the Outer Worlds where stuff would kind of shine up a bit. Look at this, we killed 2 guys a moment ago. For the life of me, I can't find them. Well, at least none of them were legendary, so that's why I run straight up to these guys. If they're legendary before I kill them, because look at this. I don't know, maybe I'm blind, but I can't see these guys. We just took 2 out here on the hill. Ah, they could have despawned. I don't know. I know it's not worth the hassle. You know, messing about like this. You know what I mean? It's just not worth it. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing in this one, I've never been actually behind the mods for that. And how have you been, Jaeger? Is it, yeah? The body's disappearing like this. No, the Outer World system where they had a little thing where they kind of glow a little bit. All good here. Nice, nice. So what have you been up to, Jaeger? Yeah, I wanted to do this one with as little mods as possible, but even when I was using mods, I was always kind of against those. Oh, what's that? Yeah, I shot 2 guys on the hill here. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have. That's why I just run up to these guys now. They probably despawned really quick. But, yeah, it's a pretty bad system. Anywho, if one of them was legendary, I'd make sure that I'd go right up in his face before I take him out, so I make sure and retrieve that one, but yeah, they're gone. Now, let's see. We don't need anything here. It's just too much junk, really. We will take you. And you. Okay, let's get back with this. Oh, do you remember this guy here? Where is he? He's sometimes a legendary, but I doubt it. Hello. Oh, he's a legendary. Oh. Lucky. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Yeah, he was a legendary. Cool. Ooh, nice find. But unfortunately, I think this is my 3rd Mutant Slayer shotgun. Or at least my 2nd. But still, we'll keep it in the duplicates. That was nice. Right, let's get back. I will sort out this junk. Yeah, so this is what I've got. I want to change it a bit. I like the big courtyard. Yeah, I think it's kind of cool. The problem is fitting in 21 beds. Yeah. Oh, I'd never sell off a legendary, even if I kept the duplicates. I have a thing about collecting them. See, I don't want to sacrifice this. I could go up 2 stories, but I couldn't keep it 3 wide. Yeah. Oh yeah, I never get rid of them. Yeah, never. I've got to think about them. I can decorate it a bit more, put a few lights in, blah blah blah. But it's a decent enough settlement, you know. You definitely need some kind of... The Brahmin showed up for no reason, so I kind of adopted him. There. Why not? That cost me a bit of room that maybe I could have doing with. That's an interesting here, guys. But we would still have to reorganize this. I was at this for about a half an hour and changed my mind, and that I can't kind of get to a proper design. If I think something up, there's always something in the way. Here, let's get rid of this junk for a moment. Why am I keeping the railroad junk? God knows. We still got our legendary anyway for that little trip. There. Now, here, you'll buy my junk.
You got the caps, I got the goods.
All stars end up... Oh yeah, in the locker. Same here. Gear and guns, yeah. You'd be surprised how many duplicates you get, Jaeger. It's not too bad with the armor, because, you know, if you get, let's say, combat armor of a certain type, let's say, you know, punishing or poisonous or whatever, there's 3 types. There's the light combat armor, the medium and the heavy, and it's the same, basically, you know. Those outposts in Nuka. There's one, yeah, there's one. It's a red rocket. It's kind of boring, one, to be honest.
Sure. Let's see what you've got.
This is what I got.
I might as well make the best of the swim here, guys. Well, trust me, we'll use this up pretty quick when the time comes. Now, oh, why am I keeping those? Well, okay, I'll keep them. We'll get rid of them later if we have to. Now, just a little bit I have to do here to cut back on this junk. Oh, it's a robot leg. Okay, that's no problem. Now we can sell that off then. I thought that was a helmet. Seriously, I'm going mad.
I bet I got something you'd want around here somewhere.
Yeah. Meant here in this area. Your posts are different. Which post is this? Yeah. I've been forever since... yeah, me too. It's been a while. Yeah, oh, there's only one settlement, and unfortunately it doesn't unlock until you turn back on the power, so it's near the end of all the quests. So by the time you get it, it's almost too late.
Sure.
You want any of this?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It's been ages since I used them. These are the Raider shops. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've never really used them much for Raiders because I ignore the Raiders, you know. So I couldn't even comment on that. Yeah, because it's been kind of forever since I've done it. Now, it still needs a little bit more work. Yeah, we're going from another side. Um, yeah, I suppose I could stretch out here, guys. A bit maybe, but this is gonna really, mess me about here with what I've done here. So yeah, I'm totally stuck for room because of the way this is situated, you know. But I'm not happy with this. It's too big and it's too empty. I need it to be a little bit more compact, and I need a couple of buildings instead of one huge one. But this kind of, it does it, but there's no good going here too. I wouldn't. I might. Not big enough. I could come down. No, either way, I'm just going to block a door, isn't it? We'll see later. Now. Oh yeah, you do. And there's a quest that comes up called Immoral something. And I think you get to do it like half a dozen times. But the problem is spawning in the quest, triggering it. It's really buggy. I've done it 3 times. And I think at the end of it you get a Gatling laser legendary. You see that? Immoral combat. Yeah. But I'm finding it hard to trigger it again. Oh, Toby, you're always creeping around, you know that? You're a bold Pomeranian, you are. Right, this is the last of the junk, guys. Let me get rid of this, we're good to go. Yeah, with me, usually when I go to Nuka World, I just take out an open season and just get it over with nice and quickly, you know? So easy to scrap that thing accidentally. Right, we are good to go. Now this is our problem here. Now, see, I went by the height difference, let's say, in this guy here, because obviously I got a snap. If we brought this across, these stands are a little bit on the big side. Ideally you'd want to open it up. We definitely need this courtyard. I couldn't scrap the ladder, so I did this to just make it look like it's there for a reason. This is a little high, but it's kind of possible if I could get forward, but it would raise it up quite high. But it still doesn't change the fact that this building here is all wrong. Oh, don't get me wrong. It definitely it suits our purpose a bit. Now, if I bring this over and I stick half of this building onto here, I know it makes it a little higher than the other one, so we won't be able to bridge across, unfortunately. And the deed is done, and I needed this height anyway. This was more important. So how bad would it look? Probably really bad. It would have to be a 3x3, you know, for to get my ladder in the center if we're going to go up. And even the problem with that, yeah, I suppose when we floor it off, it won't be too bad. It would definitely have to be a 3x3. There's no other way around that one. But that would give us about 3-4 beds short. We might get away. We'd have a lot more room and I could spread out the crops properly, you know. Because it's kind of all over the place. We would have to do a little bit more here with the guns and stuff, and that we can work that one out, but I'm absolutely not happy with this. Sticking on to that might be a thing as well, but I can't see that work out. Okay, let's go for it. This is going to take a bit of time, but and these guys will be without beds and defense for a while, but hopefully we'll. Anyway, I wasn't really great with the weeds coming up to there. No, it's just too low effort for me, too lazy. We'll push these out of the way out here. I'll definitely do something with those stupid crops later. Yeah, I was never happy with that, but I was in a bit of a rush, you know. I'm never happy with the layout. Those I might be able to use straight away. Let's put them here. The lights, now that's gonna be another thing, isn't it? Store these. Okay. Let's get personal with this little guy now. These can be finicky getting them to re-snap. Yeah, you see what I mean? Horrible little thing. I might make the stands, let's say, for the other things a little bit better, but we'll see, you know, seeing as we're here. Right, we need 2 of these guys over. Really and truly, you're just better off scrapping these because moving them out of the way just takes too much time. But I don't think I've got a ton of wood, and you know, when you're not able to get these things together for free, and it takes time, you know, collecting the stuff, sure. A little bit more frugal, let's say, with your junk. Now, oh, hang on, why am I moving these in? You know, I'm an idiot. All of this is going, guys. Yeah, we're going up the 2nd story on this. I might be able to kind of... I've got a plan. I think I actually have a plan. Yeah, we're going up the 2nd story. This is ridiculous. Here. Let's just get rid of that for a moment. There. Right. Here. We're actually going up the second story. That is stupid of me. Yeah. I won't be able to use the wooden floor ladders. They're actually a different size from the warehouse, which I think is pretty stupid. But there you go. So I'll have to use ordinary ladders. Okay. Hey, look at this. You know, you gotta wonder why this thing is giving me hassle. There. Now, where's the other guy? Just let's get this thing together. Yeah, we're going which this way? With the wood. Yeah, that's about right. Now. Yeah, for some reason you see you got this here. Now don't ask me why that stupid thing is not snapping, because it should be a... Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to sacrifice the food for a moment, guys. Yeah, we just need this junk out of the way. It's just too much. There. I was really thinking of... You see their padding, bring them beneath. Okay, we'll just get this one out here for a moment. Ah, come here, you. All kinds of problems now getting this in. That's the problem. You know, you should be doing this properly from scratch, but I really wasn't intending on fixing these up and then changed my mind. So I give it the bare minimum kind of stuff. There. Right. There we go. Now, there's these other ones here. I'll start to use some of this junk here. Oh, will the second layer go on while we do this? I want to make a check now in a moment. I need room for the ladder. Okay. Would I not be better off, guys? You know, maybe getting one at each corner. I wonder, would I be able to actually get away with that? Really want one here. You're going to get guys that are just going to run into that. I think this overhang is okay. I think I'll get away with that. It looks a bit iffy, doesn't it? Okay. Okay, this is where I save. I'll see if I can get away with a kind of more traditional support system. know, that kind of stuff. Okay, gonna have guys with no beds for a while, I'm afraid. That's what I want. It'll be easier anyway, these guys won't get trapped so much. There, that's what I'm looking for. Right, let's move these into place. That's a much better system. We're going to the corners. No, it's a tight squeeze here, but I think they'll get through. Yeah, I much prefer that. It just looks so much better. This kind of overhanging thing. Nah. Just looks too off. Too low effort. Oh, for goodness sake. Right. We'll do it your way. That's cool, just one more. Now, I'll see about the second story. But what I really need to do is to see how many beds in the stair system. That will be the one. We don't have to use the other guy, so actually let's see how high it is from here. But I think it's much lower than this. I'm almost certain it's much lower. Let's have a look. Even that one is much lower. No, it's not. But it takes up way too much room, doesn't it? It will take up... I don't know, I'm tempted. Oh, 17 gigabyte 76 update. Probably load the Creation Club junk. Yeah. The updates make me wait to play 76 again. But then get in there and nope. Out to 4 again. Yeah. Oh, I will. Do you think colors will get any better? Do you think colors will get any better, or do you think they could find more? What are we referring to? Will? Do you mean like the graphics, the coloring in the game? I put some honey on ice cream, and it's not too bad. It would be a little bit gritty, wouldn't it? Yeah. They've been updating 76 for years at this point, but for me it feels of yeah, nothing to do. Yeah. No, in real life. Yeah. You mean literal colors? Well, you know, once you get to a certain spectrum of certain colors, you know that with mixing and that, but it doesn't seem to be much in the difference, you know. But you know, there's only certain really colors that we're tuned into. But no, not really. I think, you know, as far as colors are concerned, you know, you could yeah, it could mix a few more and it'd be a slightly different shade or whatever. It's very, very subjective, You know, once you get out from the, the basic colors, like let's say, if this is what we're speaking of, literal colors, blue, red, white, black, that kind of stuff. And then there's like off this, eggshell this, and sky blue that, and that kind of stuff. And then there's the lighter variations, and that's about it. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. It probably has, but I don't know. It's still not for me. Yeah, yeah. You know, maybe it's not fair of me because I haven't played it to comment on it. But from the gameplay I've seen and the huge disappointment I had that it wasn't a proper Fallout 4 game, I don't know. It would be just soulless for me. You know, it would be like me in Starfield again. Starfield caught me, to be honest. There's got to be a way of doing this, without having to change the fencing outside. Yeah, me too. Well, in the Fallout games, yeah. Now that we save this. Now that's before I started hacking into this, so just in case things go really bad. No dragons in Fallout Will. This is kind of, the bombs fell, everything is destroyed, and it's in 2077. But strangely enough, for a game that's set in 2077, the cars and stuff are kind of retro. It's like an alternate reality in a sense where, even though it's 2077, the style of the cars and equipment and stuff in the houses is kind of a retro 50. It's kind of like a 1950s thing. I think they went with that because of the kind of Cold War and the nuclear threat kind of thing. That would have been a real fear in the 1950s. And I think it really fits in with the game, Yeah. Tried Starfield, I'm good, yeah? Scotch based in 76 are close to dragons. Ah, so they've got something similar. I see. No, I wouldn't know. But I assumed it wouldn't be dragons. Yeah, that's kind of not bad, I suppose. But the problem is, you see that base, it makes it too small. And it's really ugly. Or these would be more of, again, really horrible. There's really not a decent ladder in this game. Okay, where's wood? Where's the floor ones? Okay, we're in the wrong guys. There. See that? Way too small. This is why I absolutely hate this whole thing. And there's no way I'm going with another one. So, okay. We do it the hard way, as usual. We do it the hard way. That's a pity. I don't know, the pieces in vanilla, did it just smack of low effort? They really do. Okay, let's hit this up. Well, they're kind of interesting as well. But they're the ones we actually should be using from the warehouse here. But they're much different than these because of that, so that's why I've been using these, and probably rightly to kind of match them in. They can give us any kind of support structure on this. Come on. Got me getting lots of chest pains. Now, a ladder. Okay. Well, with this I could probably push back a bit. And I would probably be better off. Let me see. Oh, that's kind of... that's horrible. I'd probably have to use the other one. Yeah, it would give us a bit more room, I suppose. But no, I think I want to keep that. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 beds. 7, 14, 21. We needed 3 stories. We didn't, guys. Maybe a 3-story little thingy. How would that work? Okay. This is the problem. Now, if we go to these guys, we should get something that would work from the center. The problem with this is, you know, we won't get what we want on the other side either, so... Ah, I see. Oh, wrong type. Okay, we might be able to maybe fool it a little bit. Yeah, let's use this one for a moment. Okay, it's probably stupid thing probably clicks into the doorway then. Okay, it probably clicks on the doorway. You're kidding me. Yeah, this is not giving me any solace at all, is it? Okay, I can probably work it anyway. For this, to be honest, I prefer a little kind of side thing. I'm thinking now of changing this stupid thing a bit. We'll need to sleep anyway. If I can make a little side little thing. But how many beds can we squeeze in here, let's say, make it look reasonable? Probably 8. I don't want to make this too high. Okay, where's the beds? Let's sleep it off for a moment. Let me see where we're going. We don't want to rush this too much. Yeah, I've never liked the concrete ones. Yeah, had a stress test today. First time. Oh, I've had many. Well, basically they want to check your heart under pressure. Well, that's what I had it, so to see how your ticker is. Yeah. And then it was all the same. Yeah. No, not my favorite thing either. Just to check your breathing and how your heart is running, let's say, you know, when you're under a little bit of pressure. Okay, now just one moment. They're an interesting little building, but not what I want. Anyway, you know, this can be a pretty high settlement. I think something with a bit of height would be decent. The problem is going across there. You know, you can't really go across there. I think a large tower building. You know, we can get up crazy heights on this. But I would have to work out how many beds I need, and how many stories I'd have to do to accommodate them. Yeah, I would kind of like to go with the side thing. But if we do, we're talking about, let me see. Where's that stupid bed? Oh, let's say, would it be possible to... Ah, that would be kind of horrible, wouldn't it? But this thing wouldn't be here, so... Nah, no. I'll tell you what we do then. We'd have to go back with the side thing here, which is possible. That means we'd have to change the floor. We could keep this and we just have the one side thing. And then when we come from the other side... Oh, we'd need the side one here. We would. We'd have to do it that way, guys. Okay. I think I have an idea of what we need. And I think a large tower building here would be... yeah, kind of decent. Okay. We need one more save and then we're off. I think I know how we'll get around this. Yeah, yeah. It's some kind of enzyme. You know, your heart produces when it's under stress, and you know they can monitor how much stress it's taking to you know, produce these enzymes. There's a kind of count on these enzymes. I think it's something like 7 or 9 or something out of 100. If your heart is producing them, let's say, you know, the 100th one, it's basically a heart attack. This I know because I was talking to the doctor surgeon. He was telling me mine was around 50 or just above, so he told me there was no chance in how I was getting out of the hospital because of this. That kept me for a week, but yeah. It can, you know, obviously when you're under stress or panicking as well, you know, it can, you know, can lower your heart a bit. Now, the ladder thing is disappointing, but okay. So this was a wash, okay? Unfortunately. And these are the ones we want to be using. Which way are we going with these again? That way. I had to use the other guys because of the struts beneath. Oh, work it out. Oh, hang on. Now, this is what I'm thinking. Oh, where are you? The ladder is the problem, to be honest. Oh, there it is. It works on that. It's perfect. The problem is the spaces here in this. I don't think we can get anything that would... it's a bit on the large side. Now, I would prefer to go with something like this, actually. Yeah. There. And then when I come in with my railings, I wonder if we could... No, they don't have a decent wood one, and that's a problem, isn't it? Here, let's save this. We got a settlement attack, guys. So we need to sort out this settlement attack. And then we get straight back to this one. Yeah, I get dizzy spells. I'm trying to figure out why. Oh. Oh. If you do carry long enough, yeah, it starts producing. Yeah. Sorry, who said that? Was it you, Biddle? Oh, it's you, Jaeger. Dizzy spells. Do you eat regularly? There's a condition called hyperglycemic. I think I have it. And when I don't eat regularly, I get dizzy spells and the shakes. It kind of mimics diabetes. But I haven't got that. I've been checked so many times for that. And it's a miracle I'm not diabetic. But if you're the type of person that would go long periods of time without eating, and then kind of overeat, and then, be very inconsistent, your body loves regularity, eat little, eat often. But you can have a condition called hyperglycemic. If you don't eat enough at a certain time, you know what I mean, you get kind of dizzy. Now, just like diabetes, something sweet will kind of bring you back, like chocolate or soda and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, there. Yeah. So yeah, try. Let's say you don't have to overeat or anything like that. So there's a certain amount of calories, obviously you would do, but make sure it's regular times. If your body gets used to a ritual, you should be okay. Yeah, but that's what's almost certainly causing it. You're probably hyperglycemic. Yeah. Mm. About sugar. Yeah, you could be kind of bordering on diabetic, but it mimics the same thing. Just like, let's say, problems with an ulcer can kind of mimic, and gastric problems can mimic a heart attack. So sometimes, say when you're rushed in, if you're undiagnosed with gastric problems, yeah, the first thing that'll go is the heart thing, because it pretty much mimics the same pain, the chest pain, and almost identical. Probably, yeah. But it's more the food that you're eating. You're not eating enough, or at least you're not eating at the right times. You're leaving your body for long periods of time without eating. Yeah. I would go with that. So if you can, eat little, eat often, and always leave the table a little bit hungry. Because we're kind of hardwired to overeat. This goes all the way back to, our ancestors in the caves. Sometimes, you get a big meal, then, you didn't know when the next one was coming, so your body was kind of hyped up to eat as much as possible and store the fat, and that would burn off then, let's say, you know what I mean, when you didn't get your next meal, the hunter-gatherer thing. And now, because it's not like that anymore, you just go to the store, but we still have that urge to eat too much. And this is where we get heart conditions, obesity, and lots of other problems. So, exactly what you have. You'll feel hungry, but that's just the brain thing. That will pass in a few minutes, But eat little and eat often. Usually is the problem. You should eat 3 times a day. You should have a light breakfast. You should have a kind of medium size, always at the same time, or within an hour at least. Medium sized dinner, and maybe something a little bit before going to bed, depending on your weight and how much exercise you do. Because how you move and how you burn it off obviously makes a difference as well. Then there's the kind of metabolism thing. As for me, as you get older, your metabolism slows down. Again, something that was kind of hardwired into us. So if I eat the same amount of food and now not doing as much working in that, yeah, I can develop a lot of conditions because of it. So, yeah, I could do with losing a few inches, to be honest. Even though I'm only eating about 2/3 of what I used to. But then I'm moving a lot less, So that can be a problem as well. Same here, and that's what stopped me as well. Yeah, same here. So, yeah, the types of food we eat. Good bit of fiber, and that's always something that's been kind of lacking in my diet. Yeah, you would, obviously. Yeah, you would. But you still need, and meat is a good thing. You don't have to be a vegetarian or anything. I think we were never meant to be vegetarians. We are omnivores, you know, so we gotta stick with that one. There's lots of people that would kind of swear by an all kind of beef or meat diet, which I don't know might work for some, but needs to be varied. You know, you need to have some, vegetables, fruits, and stuff like that, and kind of keep away from the acidic ones. Mm. Oh, I do as well. Yeah, chicken or beef. Yeah, especially beef. Yeah, beef is actually quite good. I always feel better when I eat beef. You know, it's what we're meant to do. To eat cows, I'm afraid. Okay, we need to do settlement defense, isn't it? Oh, I've got a ton of weight, guys. What's going on here? Oh, the stupid stuff here, yeah. Okay, we'll get that back. We'll get it back as quickly as we can. We have to go to home plate anyway. We'll defend our settlement. It is, yeah. Yeah, I'm not, because I eat a ton of red meat. Too much, probably. Oh, hi, lazy boy. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of fixing up on a raider settlement at the outpost. So what have you been up to? I just gotta get rid of this junk. We're really way too heavy. Yeah, we just get rid of it while we're here. Just one more of each. And I'd say we'd be good to go. Oh, that stuff, and then we're good. We're almost there, guys. Oh, like mod. Oh, the combat mutant slayer. Let's see if we got one. We have explosive. We have rapid. We have resilient. No, we haven't, but we do have one back at Sanctuary. You know, you show have a mutant slayer, but that will do for our little collection there. Right, let's go and defend this settlement. Oh, that's good. They're working on this bit in my wife's shop. Nice. And doing an estimate for timber wall right now. Oh, cool. That'll be a nice little project to keep you busy. Yeah, I used to like doing a lot of that back in the day. But the way they build things in the US would have suited me. They like to work with wood. I did as well. There's not much of it here. It's mostly brick and concrete. But sometimes, you do little projects that were kind of fun. But I've done a lot of garden sheds and stuff like that in my time. They were fun. And part of my job as well, I'd say, when I was doing gardening, was would have been a lot of patio work and stuff, where you'd be doing a lot of patio decks and that. But they were always pretty straightforward, But fun, all the same. Now, okay, what is this settlement? This is, Murkwater construction site. A horrible little settlement.
What the hell was that?
Okay.
You're mine now.
Yeah, you're mine now, Ricky.
People,
God, these ones are soft, aren't they?
duck behind something, idiot.
Oh, a one-shot kill. They haven't been leveling.
You killed him.
I killed them. I did. You're dead now as well. Oh, he died before I got him. Can't even get a shot at me. This guy is dead. That's it. Okay, we'll just pick up the junk, guys. This is just sellable stuff. Yeah. Let's see, what have we got here? The provisioner alone here would have taken out those guys. They were kind of pathetic. Yeah, they don't really scale in this area, I think, on the attacks, which is bad news for those
Seems to be
guys.
growing well.
We can take the opportunity to do a bit of crafting over here as well. So I have 4 of these. They look to be in good nick. Pretty much. Now we'll get that stuff to defend this stupid checkpoint as well. I'll have a shot at that in a moment. Have we got it already? No. Strangely enough. Here it is.
Thanks for your help fighting them off.
Calculating wood prices is always annoying. I suppose so, yeah. The units to use are way more complicated than they should be, at least in the US. All different sizes and stuff. No, it's pretty straightforward here. But I've noticed what they do here. Let's say when I was buying wood, let's say you buy a 6-foot plank. Well, it's never 6 feet, you know. It's always 5'11" or in a bit or something like that. Yeah, well, it's all metric here. Yeah, all metric. All meters, yeah. Now we'll head towards the checkpoint as well. But I think this is okay, isn't it? Water food defense, yeah, everything is pretty good. What was that? Oh yeah, we get rid of that. God, that's horrible. That was really horrible. Where is that checkpoint? I think it's down. There it is. Help defend the checkpoint. Yeah, this can be chancy enough. I have picked up the odd legendary from time to time, but there's a ton of gunners, usually. No, these are veterans. Idiots.
Just had to play hero, huh?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, just gotta love the VAT system in this game. That's it, guys. We'll just pick up the pieces. I suppose we can sell this on the way back anyway. I know I'm carrying too much. I'm always carrying too much. Yeah, these guys are not messing about, are they? Ooh. Okay, we'll pick up what we can here. There's a splash over here. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. No, that's the guy we got coming in. None of you guys are legendary, so... Oh, at least that respawned. Yeah, I thought a lot more guys fell here, but that's all we can find, really. I'm pretty sure I dropped a few of them here. Yeah, that's stupid. I think they despawn pretty quickly. And when you turn your back on them. Doesn't matter. We've done our thing. Right, let's get back and we'll sell this junk here. Oh, we can't have that kind of junk with us. Here it is. Board feet, which is 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 inch. But none of the wood is ever that, yeah, that size. So you have to calculate the volume and then come, oh my good God. I suppose if you're doing it as a trade regularly enough, you get used to it, but if you're doing small projects, it's absolutely annoying, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, I do hope you're here to make
I'll take a look, sure.
excellent.
Now, okay. Yeah, that's a biggie, isn't it? I could do a few legendary ones of those, but 50. Okay. Okay, we need to sleep for a little bit to get that guy with the aluminum screws next. He's the guy we need. We'll need a good stockpile of that. Here, I can suppose get rid of some of the junk here. Yeah, like that. Alright, we'll wait till morning. Should do it. Yeah, no matter what happens anyway, I'll have that settlement by the next time we're back. Oh God. Oh, don't freeze on me. Oh. Yeah, sometimes it freezes on that bed. Hi Jonathan, how are you? Not too bad, and you? How have you been keeping? Yeah, the game is very jumpy since the update. The more you play, the more jumpy it gets. I just did a ton of junk there and I thought it was going to crash on me. It's the last thing I need. So how have you been? We've basically done all the quests in this game. There's a possibility we might trigger the last of the Immoral Combat quests. But out from that, we've just a couple of raider settlements to do, so we've just been killing time on it. Oh, nice, but keeping busy. That's
You're a
good.
hero, you know that?
Good to see you. No trouble here.
Arturo.
Supply
You
run.
know, a shotgun's great insurance against raiders.
Yeah, doing a
I got
bit,
a lot of
kind of
options
vanilla
here.
stuff. On some of the raider settlements. I did fix up Sanctuary as well. I can show you if you wish. Sanctuary took quite some time. You know, not using any of the building mods for the decorating and stuff like that.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Self-defense?
Yeah, let's get rid of this now. Okay, we're getting there. I will keep those. A lot of junk, isn't there? Absolutely, there's a lot of junk in this. I better go to this lady, I'd say. Yeah, sure. I'll save it here. I'll save it here. And then we'll... Actually, I'll do it from in here.
I kind of hope we'd be heading home.
So these guys, their menu won't reset. I think that's the way it works. This has been my legendary spot for storing this junk, but I've been making a spot in Sanctuary as well. But I've done a lot in Sanctuary. It's basically finished now. Yeah. So, yeah, back here. The update has made this game very unstable, Jonathan. But we've been kind of negotiating around it. But we've been, touch wood, we've been pretty lucky with bugs and stuff so far. Except we can't get... where's my stupid cigarettes? Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, the doggo is lying on them. Yeah, I'll just light this up and then I'll show you. The doggo was hiding my cigarettes. Oh, Jamaica Plain is a horrible little spot. I built a nightclub there once, but I did use modded pieces like better bars, not your average neon, stuff like that.
I'm glad I don't have to spend my whole life underground.
So this is Sanctuary. The houses took a ridiculous amount of time, about 2 days each, to do.
Take care of yourself, dear.
So that kind of stuff for the houses. I use this to hide as much of it as possible. I think this is the original house, it is. The one we start off with. I made this my little spot. You know, for magazines and bobbleheads and stuff like that. We've got every magazine and bobblehead in the game. So we're pretty much done with those in my room. Okay, let's keep going. Now this I've been using as a kind of legendary weapon museum kind of thing. So I've been working on this. These are all legendaries. And it goes up 3 stories. I've kind of tapered it. The reason for the kind of design on this and the other ones for different heights is you're looking at this from a distance, it looks more like a town with the odd building heights and that. Yeah, and it just has a better aesthetic. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been cool, yeah. How do I get the workout bench? You need to do the quest Vault 88, Lazy Boy. If you do the Vault 88 quest, I think it appears then. Yeah. I think that's how it works. But it's called, the quest is called Vault-Tec Calling. Once you reach a certain level, I think. Is it available before? Ah. Yeah, so let me see where it is on this. So if you go into your menu, and then you go down to resources, isn't it? Yeah, go to resources. And then go to vault resources. Here. There it is. Oh no, sorry, it's not in that. Where is it then? That's the stuff that's not available, sorry. Until you do the vault stuff. It could be miscellaneous. Oh, that's weird. Okay, it's definitely under decorations. Decorations, vault, miscellaneous. Huh. Would you believe I forget where they are? Yeah. The bike and stuff is locked, yeah. Oh, it is. It is. Where's this stuff again, guys? I was using it quite regularly. I know it's here somewhere. Oh, it's furniture, isn't it? Yeah, furniture, miscellaneous. Weird. It's here somewhere. Ah, there it is. Yeah, it's in furniture, miscellaneous. Yeah. There they are. That's the bench. And that's the vault horse. It's in furniture, miscellaneous. Yeah. Lazy boy. Yeah, furniture miscellaneous tab. Yeah, it's there somewhere. Been ages. I've been pretty sparing with them, to be honest. I have all 8 level 4 traders. I got lucky on those guys. They're all here, and I have Sheffield and every single follower, except the guys I killed because of turning on the Institute and the railroad.
Fresh flowers. What brighten this place up?
So all of this kind of stuff, you know, all throughout really. But the amount of time it takes to do these, it's kind of silly. And of course, this is Ron Staples' spot. And you know, best I could do with Sheffield is put him on the coffee machine. It is probably, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that kind of thing here. I've done a tree house here. I stop at the last drug just to squeeze the XP from it. Yeah. And you get that unique dialogue option when you rescue Nick. But only that. I don't give her the, what is it, the psycho thing at the end. So I always save her, yeah. Oh, nice, nice. So that's her treehouse. Now we have Voltec Guy, and she's a bit bugged. Yeah, they've given her a kind of dual identity here, as you can see. Yeah, that's a bad texture bug on her. Yeah, whatever. This will be for my armor, so I'm still kind of working on this. I've been using the melee weapons as well on this. So it's going to take a while to finish that one. My power armor station, which maybe is a little bit overboard, but there it is. Yeah, she's kind of creepy, yeah. Now, as we walk out, the entrances turned out pretty decent. Oh yeah, out here we have...
If humans make sense.
Of course, you need to spend a penny in the Commonwealth, so I've done this.
We had earlier.
Yeah, go away. And all of the named doggos, dog meat, and the tree from Far Harbour, the the wolf, that pit bull guy, and that other dog. They're all here. Oh, we've got a little Brahmin farm going here as well. There's a good few Brahmin. I just got to make use of this of this area here. I'll show you the docks in a moment. We have our robot workbench here. Oh, we've got that house there, which is, you know, you see one, you see them all, basically. That kind of stuff. Now, this one was for, you know, the traders, the caravan traders. This fun, yeah. So this worked out pretty decent for our caravan traders. But usually they spawn on the roof, so that's why I've got the stairs. Now that's our armor and weapons. So we've got Smiling Larry, who seems to have some kind of a problem, and of course the scribe. So kind of much the same. Armor and weapons kind of look. Oh, the clinic. This turned out pretty good with Doc Anderson and Curie.
It is, of course, for science.
This is probably one of my favorite of the houses. I didn't take that much to do, really. So that's our clinic. Of course, Curie. I've gone with a greenhouse for this.
Don't know what's more sore, my back or my feet.
And then this is one of our entrances. Oh yeah, that's just a... Well, I put in Cosworth as a barber, but he never really shows up. Because he's an idiot. Can't trust a robot in this game, you know that. I am, yeah, I'm still on Xbox, yeah. With the mods, yeah. There's some interesting mods, Jonathan, yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Jonathan, yeah. Yeah, sometimes it does, but I have fun putting it together, you know. The problem is with vanilla on Xbox, you don't have a lot of pieces to choose from. So, you know, you kind of repeat yourself, but there's not much you can do. Yeah, it's really lacking some more pieces.
It's getting late. Maybe we should look for shelter. Last time we talked, I hope I didn't bore you to death.
Yes, you did, McCready. I should say McQueedy. So this is one of our entrances here, and this is where we get attacked the most. The spawn is roughly about there, but they've got a big surprise when it happens. So they get taken out pretty quickly. I don't even think they get a shot off. Which is another area, absolutely. But Coastal Cottage has got to be the worst. Coastal Cottage and Echo Lake Lumber. But to fix up properly, Echo Lake Lumber is the hardest. It's a horrible little settlement. Absolutely.
My systems are eager.
And this is our main entrance here. And then we have the dock as well. But this is pretty big. I wanted enough room to move around. I'm not too fond of the kind of cluttered up settlements. I know they might look aesthetically a little better, but they're not very practical. There's massive amount of defense on this. But you see what I mean now about different size buildings when you're looking like this. Not to have it too uniform. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. We better get a bit closer. The old engine is not the greatest, is it? Here. There. We got it back. And then we have this little dock storage area, and that's our power station shed down there. And of course our little sentry outposts here. That kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, we're pretty much covered for that as well. I did alright at Coastal College. Nice. Once, but settlers kept appearing in the cave. Yeah, that's a problem. You're not going to change their original pathing. The only chance you'd have there is to use those concrete pieces you have and fill that up. So when they appear, if you sleep, they'll probably just come back to ground level again. That even using mods there, it's a horrible thing. Everything goes missing down that hole.
Nothing's more satisfying than a smoking gun and a pocket full of calves.
So that's what I've done on my dock. Now I needed a absolute ton of power here, so I went for the biggest generator. And that's our generator now. That's what you call a generator. When somebody has a lot of gas straight after eating. Probably, yeah. I'm not sure, O'Keefe. Oh no, I don't think that's ever happened to me, Will. I don't think it ever has. So it's wrong on so many levels. It does happen from time to time. Yeah. Actually, I do remember one time. The guys played a trick on me in the car, I think it was. But I remember I was adapting to the food in a certain country, so my stomach was really bad. So I did hold it, and I waited till we got back where we were staying in. I think the elevator was like about 8 or 10 floors up. And it was pretty slow. But I waited till we all got in the elevator, and then I let rip. But they were pretty sorry for pulling that prank. I remember one guy, he tried to push the emergency button. But that was a waste of time. And the other guy tried to open the doors as the elevator was moving to get some air. But I give them 10 out of 10 for holding their breath for a long time. But they were not amused. But, payback is a bitch, so to say. Yeah. But it was foul. My tummy was, when you're adapting to food, it's really horrible. It was like roadkill. Yeah, it was really bad. Now, usually I would never do that, but they did play a trick on me with the same, and I thought they were funny. But, I had a window in the car, and it wasn't too bad, but I'm not sure I got my own back. And then some. And that's it, guys. That's our sanctuary. That's the best I could do it in vanilla. And in vanilla, I think this is the most detailed I've ever gone on it. So, yeah, for better or worse, that's our sanctuary. But it's got a good size. We used up most of the room, and it's nicely spread out. Not too spread out, I think. I didn't bother with the water purifiers. They have an uncanny ability to really bug out a settlement. How many bills did? Just this one. I might kind of lightly fix up the 8 raider settlements that I'll eventually do here. But I have done the Red Rocket in I've done the Red Rocket in Nuka World. I can show you that if you wish to see it, Jonathan. Yeah, that's a good one. So that's that. And you won't see many builds where they fix up the houses, and to be honest, you can't blame them. You know, they probably have a life, and no one wants to spend 2 days in real time fixing up one house when there's 8 of them to do. So, no, I wouldn't blame them for not fixing them up. So that's why probably when you see a lot of these settlements, they don't bother really showing you the houses, because it'd be very minimal. Embrace the darkness. Yeah, Nuka World is definitely not my favorite. It's definitely not my favorite DLC. But we did a kind of raider thing there. I'll nip to it quickly and then we can reload. But it'll be the only finished ones. I'm currently working on a kind of slight redesign on the outpost. Yeah. But this is about as lore friendly as I get. Anything less than this, and it's just kind of not putting in the time, if you know what I mean. Was a tower of gunner cages for XP grinding. Nice.
Why am I farming? Do we not have slaves for a reason?
As long as you value your life.
Yeah, so this is, it's basically just like the one outside Sanctuary. But the build room is enormous. I didn't take advantage of it because it's ridiculous. You know, it goes on forever. Like, it's silly because it goes for miles. The last build I did, Longfellow's Cabin. Yeah, hard enough build. Yeah. The best place to build there would probably be the visitor center. You've got a nice spot down at the bottom, you know. But this is look at this. I think out from Spectacle Island, I think this has the biggest landmass. But this is not altogether that good because you know what the overbuilding does in this game. So it's silly to give you this kind of room if they're not going to let you take advantage of it. But this runs a tight ship. You know, the Brotherhood come in here with some power armor, and even with those light guns, and the raiders, they took them out pretty quickly. And I've been joking about the Brotherhood ever since. So this is compact enough. Although I did do a bit of attention to Red Rocket, but not a ton. All of these would have, you know, the 6 kind of raider vendors and, you know, booze stills and all that junk.
About
Yeah,
time
so
we
that
have a boss that makes good on promises.
that kind of stuff. And they seem to be pretty happy with me.
Killing beats stealing any day. Nothing beats that rush.
Things are boring as hell since Nisha made us team up. I ain't no fan of playing nice with others.
Oh, it is huge. It's huge, and to be honest, it doesn't deal with overbuilding as well as the stuff in the Commonwealth. You know, BGS are legendary for not putting in the time and work on DLCs and cutting corners, and this one is no exception. This is no exception. So this is Red Rocket. Well, for Nuka World at
That
least.
last one died too fast.
Now that skull candle, that's with the quest I did. And no spiders and junk, so I thought I'd use them. Yeah, they give you that free stuff from the quest, but it's just
It's about
rubbish.
time someone with half a brain ran this show.
I prefer if they didn't keep messing with the game and ruining it. You know, just leave it alone for goodness sake. And that's it. And as simple as this looks, this actually took some time. You know, especially with the stupid fencing. But we're pretty snug here. Yeah, we're pretty good. And that's it. Okay, let's get back to our little thing. My back has been pretty bad, guys, for the last few days. I don't know what's going on. I think I've been maybe a little bit more active than usually this past few weeks, and I suppose it's been catching up to me. Right, let's get out and do this. We're selling this junk, won't we? Yeah, we'll get back and I'll have, once we get rid of this, and we'll see about the rest of that building. But definitely after the stream, by the time I'm back, I will definitely have it finished. And then we can move out to a fresh one. Not Hagen Beach, I have just the bare minimum there. But I think all those bombs are out there, those raiders, so that we're going to be tripping over them. But it definitely needs a little bit of fixing, alright.
Yeah? We can talk about guns, or maybe you want to...
Uh-huh. I've got a few minutes to browse.
Something...
Okay, apparently we already took that guy.
I mean, city's not the worst settlement I've seen.
Myrna,
Every
At least they
piece
have
in
plenty
here
to
is
trade
worth
for.
what I charge.
let's see what you've got.
A bit of everything.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, junk. Oh, I want that. You wouldn't believe how rare that drug is. You can't make it. Very rarely can you buy it. I think that's only 6 I've got between buying and finding it. There's a few places I think we can pick it up, but not that easy to find. Yeah. There's mostly showers here, but I'll have to run the tub. Yeah, it's pretty rare, isn't it? Yeah. What do they call that? A Dutch oven? Yeah. I'm keeping those. Actually, not this stuff. Not so much. Yeah, they're good for scrapping. I would do this, guys, I'd say. Now.
We got small arms, long arms.
Two. Yeah, the rest we gotta scrap when we get there, but yeah, that's about it. Right, let's get back to what we were doing. The stupid settlement attack brought us away. Well, we kinda sorted that one. Now let me save here and we'll get straight out. Hopefully we'll have that building done by the time I've got to end, but if I can make it with this pain, I still have an hour to do. Well, an optional one. You know, 4 hours is my kind of official thing, and we're an hour over it. Just let me check on my doggos for one moment, guys. I need to get something clear in my throat as well. Won't be a second. Yeah, there we go. Everything is good. So we'll get back to the outpost and we'll see about this building. Originally I didn't want to build it up with this, but I can maneuver some of the stuff around. We should be able to make it look okay. Just wasn't happy with the layout. It was it kind of smacked of low effort, but it is kind of awkward to allot to certain areas to buildings here because it's kind of all over the place. Where's that outpost again? Stupid. There it is. A little gas. Well, that's one way of doing it. I don't know, guys. Those guys. I wonder if they're. Yeah, let's see if they're.
Ain't enough places to sleep.
I think there's another attack down here. These are kind of fun. Yeah, I know about the beds and stuff. We took them out. They're complaining now again. I wonder how they're going to give us that thingy. I thought I heard gunfire. No, they're not. Oh well. Tough. Oh, look at that. Look at that. A legendary. We're coming for you. We are coming for you. We are definitely coming for you. Nice find. Let's see what he's got. Well, at least I might be able to use that actually. But I think it might be a duplicate. I think I have one of those. Yeah, I think I have one of those. An operator. Oh, those guys are down here. Those guys are my enemies as well. Well, those knights anyway, they didn't do much, did they? But that was a nice find, all the same. I'll definitely take that. Good one. The operators. Yeah, that's rather made short work of these guys. Here, come here, you. Okay, there won't be much here, guys, but we'll see. No, they took them out at a distance, actually. Yeah, they never got anywhere close to here. Right, well, it was worth a trip down to grab that anyway. Okay, let's get back. That one I could use more than the other ones. It's the lighter version. You'll come across way more of those. A better chance of making your 4 sets. What I tell you what's very rare in this game, and I got one, a heavy armor combat chest piece, a legendary one. Yeah, they're pretty rare. Now let's get in and do our thing. Okay, let's get back up here. We'll see what time it is. Ah, they're obviously complaining there's no food or there's no beds. this because we're kind of making a little bit of room. But we'll get them. They'll have to do without their sleep for a while, I'm afraid. So, this is what we have. The fence will have to suffer as well a little bit while we're getting this junk out. Ah. Okay, hang on now for just one moment there. Oh, that's... Okay, that's actually sugar. That's the original wire. We won't be able to move that one. Now, let's see. Okay, I can use some of this junk here. Yeah, okay, this is going to be a thing, isn't it? I'll try and use up as much of this junk as we can. I think that's the last of those. Okay, it'll take us a bit of time. We'll see how many beds we can kind of allot out, so I'd say we'd have to go to the third story regardless. I think isn't there one out here? Yeah, there is. Let's get that one. Let's get that guy. Yeah, something like this will do, and I'll push the crop out a bit so it doesn't look so cluttered. Now, I suppose I could go with wood, guys. But the wood looks pretty horrible. I'll show you what I mean. Look, no, the barn. Well, it's all steel with that guy, so... Where are you? No, where is it? Oh, it's the old... These are all steel, so you're talking about this junk here, and there's your... Oh, they're really bad. Yeah, they don't come flat either. There's those guys. But you see what I mean with these. You've got that piece. I really hate that look. You see it? No, I think I'll stay with those. So if we're staying with those, I will probably go with these guys. No, hang on. I could, I suppose... Nah. No, we'd have to open it up. Yeah. We'll open it up. There. That's a better look there. At least it's kind of consistent. 21 people and one bed. This is a nightclub. Yeah, I had to move them out of the way while I was doing this. I'll check now and see how many we can squish in. But whatever way it is, we'll have to go. We'll have to go with probably oh, that's wrong, actually. Don't ask me why that's there. That's wrong. We'll probably have to go with 3. Yeah, it was in the way, I think. Well, this will go, pretty quickly. Oh, I think I might have jumped the gun with, we need some steel. With this, I'll probably have to cut one of these sections off to make room for the next ladder. It will, maybe not, we'll be going from here again. Nah, just move these out of the way, we'll be good. We'd roughly need about that much room anyway. What time is it? Okay, we've just time to grab and buy some steel.
Hey there.
I bet I got something you'd want around here somewhere.
Oh, hi Stephen. And how have you been?
Let's see what you've got.
And what have you been up to? Okay. Where's the aid? There's something here I was looking for. That's it. Okay, I think we're done with that then. Right. The Sonic later, so I've been steel, wasn't it? Yeah. There. There, that's good. Okay, let's get some sleep. We need a lot of light for this. Let's check here. Yeah, okay, we're pretty good. The only thing left is to do the radar stuff. So that's why I wanted to fix this up, because they come in pretty quick and they'll overwhelm you, you know? I'm doing grand, exhausted. My daughter moved in with me 2 weeks ago. Out of the blue. Not too bad, Stephen. Yeah, thank you. I hope you've been well. So, yeah, that was a surprise, but yeah, you must be happy, you know. Maybe the company for a while. Yeah. So, your kid, your daughter, how old is she? If you don't mind me asking, that is. Now, I hate it with these cigarettes. There's supposed to be a safety feature when you leave them in an ashtray, they go out. But to the contrary, I found they take off like a Roman candle. But they changed the paper and really put a horrible taste from cigarettes because of it. And it was supposed to be a safety feature, but it's not helping at all. Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, almost a teenager. Yeah, they can. Boys as well, but yeah, they don't really break out till about 14, 15. Yeah, yeah. But me, myself, I have no experience with that, you know, having two boys. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They can be a handful, all right. But plenty of nieces and grandnieces. Well, my nieces now are too old, but definitely grandnieces, so yeah. Now, let's do this, guys. No matter what way it goes, let's see how many beds we can fit here comfortably before we start. Okay, let's go back to the beds. Maybe shut these guys up for a while. Okay. or 7 here comfortably. But then still enough room to kind of walk around without being hassled. Yeah. Any more is too much of a hassle. So here, maybe not so much, but we'll definitely get 7. So yeah, that would be perfect, guys. We should be able to work out 7 with each story. That will give us 21 on 3 stories. Yeah, that will give us a bit of room then to spread the crops and make it look a little bit better. Yeah? Oh, you're joking, at 12. Oh my god. Oh. They grow up so fast, don't they? Yeah, scary. I would be probably a horrible dad to a 12-year-old girl because I'd most likely be overprotective. I would be mega paranoid. Yeah, they grow up so quickly, don't they? I don't know, boys from my generation anyway, I think we were pretty, well, definitely not as grown up. Yeah, so probably something like that, so that would give us another 7. And I'll do the decorations later. We just get these guys some beds before they riot on us. Why have we got 13 and not 14? Oh yeah, this one. Now we need to remove these for. Oh yeah, we need another floor. We need another floor. Yeah, that would be stressing me out. Ah, you're kidding me. Sunshine. See, this is the worst about this stupid game. Just when you get into doing something, they come along with these stupid settlement attacks. Unbelievable. Now let's see if I can get rid of some of this junk. Oh, let me get something to drink. I'm sorry about this, I'm drinking every 5 minutes, but I literally feel like there's sand in my mouth. Stupid medication for this blood pressure has been hard to stomach. Oh, that's a bit better. It's not too bad. I've got one of those small fridges here beside me, so something, I suppose. Oh, we forgot to push that away. Oh, we can do that in a moment. Oh, we couldn't anyway because we just picked it up, didn't we? Yeah. Right. Those guys are always in my face, you know that? I've got to be careful here, I don't scrap the junk I've already done. Right, we're ready to go, guys, I think. Okay. Yeah, not much, was it? Right, okay. Let's do this, stupid settlement attack that keeps distracting me from what I'm doing. Come on. Oh, did I say yeah. Let me see, what have we got here to... Oh yeah, let's junk. Oh, that's going back. That one there, and that one there. Oh, sugar. Now, I'll get rid of this quite quickly. I'll chip the end of that one. But that's how rare that stuff is. We've only got 6 of them. That is mega rare. That's it, guys. Okay, let's see who's after us anyway. What did I say? Was it Sunshine Tidings? I think it was. Yeah, Sunshine Tidings. That I have earmarked as well for the Raiders. Tried to give them the ones I didn't really want to bother fixing up, and it's a horrible little place to fix. But now, oh, Red Rocket, come on, for God's sake, give us a break. That's a horrible situation with these settlement attacks. A bunch of super mutant idiots. I'll have to go straight from here to the other settlement. Usually something I wouldn't do because of the problems it causes. But
Gonna be a good fight.
look at these idiots. Not one legendary among them. Losers. And they're not scaled either. They're going down with one shot. Ugh. I don't know, is it even worth picking up their carcasses? Why did I drop the other guys? It's just too much work looking for these bodies. It really is. I dropped 2 out here. Which again, I just couldn't be bothered if they're not legendary looking for them. Absolutely not worth it. That's why I kill someone, I run over, I loot them and then go to the next. Because it's too much hassle. No, let me see. Yeah, everything is okay. Yeah, let's just get rid of this.
Seems to be growing well.
Where are you? There you go. Oh, hi Shelley, how much longer do you think you're going on this playthrough? Well, I've got a half an hour left on this stream. I'll stick with the building raider settlements for a little while. I'm hoping to get a few more streams out of it. It depends. Yeah, when I get too bored of it. But I was thinking then, Shelley, of maybe finishing our Skyrim playthrough. We didn't actually finish that one, and we didn't finish our Witcher playthrough. But yeah, I really need new games, but it's not really an option on Xbox. So yeah, I wanted to get off Xbox on some different platform, so I can get some decent games. As much as you would like a game, playing them relentlessly it's pretty easy burnout on them. At the start, you said you were coming to the end. Oh, of the questing, yeah, pretty much, yeah. But there was still a little bit of building left, and we kind of left that on the long hand, till we got the quests out. Originally, I wasn't going to fix up the raider settlements, but it's not too bad. And it's vanilla building, so it wouldn't be as long as I would usually take on them. Yeah. Oh, I did say something about Fallout 3 as well, didn't I? What about Fallout 3? I haven't done that. I know it's not popular, but that doesn't mean everything. We wouldn't be bringing in any kind of vast numbers of new people or anything. That would never happen. But it was a great game, and it's been a long time since I played Fallout 3. Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, I did a New Vegas run a while back. Yeah, I did one, but I haven't played. I don't think I've ever streamed Fallout 3, guys. I've played it a good few times, but I've never streamed it. So I'll be looking forward to that. Yeah. We could always get to the end of our Skyrim thing a little later. We'll be really stuck for options after a while. But if I can get around my wife to move the junk I have in the room, and if I can get a good deal on a PC, I was hoping to for Christmas, or if I could, to try some PC games. Yeah, I'll have a look at them and see how they are. Yeah. Oh yeah, no problem, Bill. They would be interesting, yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing, they can't be worse than Starfield, and I don't care how old they are. They just couldn't be as bad as Starfield. Oh, I'd imagine so, yeah. I wouldn't expect much from the graphics. They're pretty old games, but, that doesn't mean they're not good. The games are good. Nice. Yeah, well, these old games were always like that, really, weren't they? Oblivion is definitely on the cards as well. Really? Yeah? That's something. That is definitely a plus. Do you think they'll ever try and, redo the whole thing, but stick roughly to the original story of 1 and 2, and make it into a game like, let's say, Fallout 4 with those kind of graphics and NPCs and stuff? That would be awesome. But it would be starting from scratch, wouldn't it? They'd just be using the story. Yeah. 3D rendered cutscenes, which was very... Yeah, back in the day it was, yeah. Yeah, I think they would probably ruin it, yeah. Yeah. What do you think about Obsidian? Are they up to the task? Yeah. I know they used to have a few guys from Black Isle, but they're long since gone. But, you know, all the companies that we know then, the games were only really based on the guys they had at the time, the developers, and they're all long gone, so just a name, really. Except Todd. He's immortal. He'll stay there forever. But he was just a mouthpiece, the business end of it, you know. There's still the rumors going around about the remakes and that, but yeah, that could be just hype, just to keep you interested in the studio, you know. Yeah, keep people there have said they prefer making new things. Yeah, to rehashing. I could never understand that, Biddle. I understand you might get kind of sick after a while, whatever the case may be. But I've seen companies that say really suffer because, you know, they have a hit and something good and people love, and then they try something really different. They absolutely alienate the base they have. You know, it's kind of a little bit diva, I think. You know, that I won't do 2 shows a night kind of thing. But the more sensible companies, let's say like the likes of Larian, when they get a hit and, you know, and stuff like that, and people really love the game, they'll double down on that, which I think business-wise at least is quite sensible. They'd be interested in making a new Fallout game. Well, that's good. Yeah. Oh, I would really like that one. If they didn't go the same as the Outer Worlds, with this kind of budget stuff and the graphics, that was not really fun right from the start. I think that's what kind of put me off. You know, this kind of weapons glowing kind of thing. You know. Yeah, something like New Vegas, but obviously better graphics, and the story was okay. Yeah, you know. Fallout reskin, yeah. Well, you know, it's not fair of me, let's say, because I haven't played it, but from what I've seen, maybe it was not what I expected, and that put me off. You know. It looks like they were going more for that kind of, you know, that cartoony one, Outer Lands, is it? No, what was the other one? Do you know that cartoony one? It's a kind of old classic. I thought they were kind of going, and there was a ton of them. I don't think I remember the name. It reminded me a bit of that, you know. Now, where's the other one? Can't remember the name of that game. They want a sort of retro. Oh, 1920s. Be interesting, I suppose. Tim Kaine said he preferred the over-realism style graphics because it will age better. Yeah, which is fair enough. Well, maybe they're more comfortable with that. Yeah. Oh, it's stupid Red Rocket. Let's see if we can make it back here, because we're going pretty close to Century. See if we can get away with that. We go to a closed cell before we hit that. We don't need a settlement bug now at this stage. There. Now we hit it. Now we should be okay. And not to go directly from one settlement to another. I think that's the real thing. I think it's cost. I think that really spurs them on with certain graphics is cost. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah. And I think all games are going that way if they can. They don't. Before, back in, I suppose you can consider the golden age, when they're always pushing for something better. Whether it was graphics or, bigger map size, more quests, better stories. And BGS, despite all its bugs and its failings, which it had quite a few, we always felt that that's what they were trying to do, and for the better part they did. You know, Oblivion, from every game they did was a big step. You know, let's say from Morrowind to Oblivion, graphics-wise anyway, definitely not story. They've always suffered in story. And then let's say from Oblivion to Skyrim, and then the whole thing stalled really after Skyrim. I watched a good few interviews and documentaries really, and the developers that were doing it, and they were really surprised at how massive Skyrim was, and I think now they're basically a victim of their own success in a sense. No. And this is what I was hoping. I was hoping, let's say, when the talk of Outer Worlds is coming out, and then, Microsoft behind them, and that, I was hoping they get a decent budget to try something, let's say where money wouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah. Yeah. But I think across the whole industry, Biddle, it stalled. Before they were always trying to upend each other, and we were reaping the benefits. But now they're more into dumbing down games, dumbing down graphics, making them as cheap as possible. They'll even get to the stage where they'll tell you that like kind of turn-based graphics where, they're really simple to make. They're telling you this is the in thing. And strangely enough, the in thing will suit them. So, yeah. I can see the whole thing stalling after a while. Skyrim, yeah, I've always found that a great game. Yeah, at first, but you get used to it pretty quickly. The whole game can be overwhelming, yeah, but once you get, let's say, your first playthrough under your belt, and you figure it out, the whole thing comes second nature. And it's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. They're about one of the only AAA industries. The advances I can see doing, well, more, let's say, sticking to better stories at the very least, and new stuff, pushing forward maybe with new stuff. Maybe not because of the lack of resources, would be the indie companies. They seem to be pulling their weight a lot better than the AAA companies. The AAA companies are more about dumbing down and getting more money than making good games and pushing forward. The indie guys are trying, but then, they have limited resources. But they're doing a lot more with a lot less, and, and a lot more reasonable to buy. Take Valheim for instance for $20. Um, you can forgive the graphics and lack of quests because it was just an interesting game, and it had a lot of freedom. It was surprisingly good. Exactly, yeah. The whole industry back. But PC wouldn't be hamstrung with that, let's say, So, the games there might be a bit better. But I think with all developers, like, obviously now that it's a money game now. Wouldn't it be in your best interest to convince everyone that it's as far as we go? And slowly kind of roll them back to something that they can kind of churn out quicker, more cheaper. Yeah, I think so. The majority of the companies in these. Oh yeah, the microtransactions. Yeah, yeah, they'll ruin the game. But if there was a law put out that if there was even one microtransaction in the game, it should be free to play. That would stop that. Yeah. Nice, but it's limited to people who can afford. Yeah, the inflated prices. So the market. Yeah. Of course, because they've pushed up the price. So the thing would be to make reasonably priced PCs, which is not going to happen. So there's only one way around this biddle, and that's cloud, where you would require only a minimum of hardware. But you know, Microsoft have been toying with that, and Google did in the past and got burnt badly. The problem is it can't handle the big games or the speed. It could handle limited stuff, but that's neither here nor there. So now it's a matter of the technology. But that will be the next big thing, you know, cloud gaming, where I could play PC games with the same kind of stuff, with something, let's say, just as big as my Fire Stick, you know, to plug into my TV and a controller, which would definitely take the expense out. But what I could see happening with cloud gaming, if that worked, because you would have no hardware and stuff to buy, and they would be always growling about their extra expense, I think you would greatly see the price of games increase. My used 980 was $300 in 2017. Which is at least double that. Yeah. You get these profiteers, you see, ruining it for everyone. You know. And strange enough, if they didn't do this, you know, long term they would actually make more money. But everyone's out for short term gain. You know, when they start to do that, let's say, okay, they make a few bucks in the beginning, and then the whole thing slows down, and they sell less volume, and it kind of works out even, or even lose a bit. But it hurts the whole thing long term. So if you were a company or whatever the case may be, and you know you're in it for long term, that is that's not a good business thing. But when companies are controlled by shareholders and who love this kind of quick profit thing, yeah, it's going to be the system, isn't it? A new 480 Super is over 1200. Yeah, I don't know how they can justify it, to be honest. But you've got two guys really controlling that industry, so it is a bit of a monopoly, isn't it? And I think anyone else that tries to push it into that market is they're pretty much sabotaged. Yeah, from what I know, it would be a hard thing to start off in, you know. Oh, Jezebel anyway. She really takes no messing. Who are we shooting at, guys? I think that's it. Well, that's it, guys. That's the end of that stupid attack. Let's see what we've got here.
Seems to be growing well.
This is too close to Sanctuary now for comfort, you know that. There's not much we can do about it. Alright, let's get these carcasses. Actually, to be honest, they're not really worth going for. Let me get out of this build mode. Right, is there some kind of stupid, there it is. Yeah, we'll use that. And then we get out of here, guys. It's not worth the hassle. We doesn't have a competitor AMD tries, but they've always been a few years behind the curve. Yeah, yeah. That's a big problem, let's say, for keeping prices under control. Right, I'm going to head off. No problem, Shelley. Oh my. Yeah, it's 7 a.m. Yeah, you're probably getting ready for work, sorry. Oh, no, no problem. No problem. You're always welcome to lurk. Not a problem. When are you next on after today? Most likely it will be Friday, Saturday. They're my days now, Shelley. Tuesday, Friday and Saturday. This gives me a bit of time to schedule appointments for my health and get some things done. And get a bit of a rest as well. So, yeah, I've been feeling a lot better since I've had a bit of time off. And in the future, if my health improves, I will definitely consider adding more days. Yeah. Oh, no problem, Stephen. Pretty much, yeah. I see. So they kind of do the alternative if you're kind of, yeah. But Nvidia would Nvidia or whatever it's called, they would probably have the superior stuff. No problem, Shelley. And you too. Have a good one, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Take care and stay safe, Shelley. Bye. Yeah, the whole PC thing and that kind of thing, I don't know much about it or understand it that much, but human nature, I do. Well, I think I do anyway. No, I think we're okay here. Yeah. I don't like to spend too much time around here. It's too close to Sanctuary. Oh my god, I remember not long after release, the bugs from landing in Sanctuary were unbelievable. Ray tracing, higher-end cars, lower power usage, better productivity features, better video encoding. AMD can run games well, but that's about it. So they're superior, yeah. But being, let's say, 10%, probably 15% cheaper, as a lot of people, let's say, on a certain budget would have no choice. Problem, alright. Always a problem when, there's one guy controlling everything. That's about it. Yeah, we're just gonna go back out with that one. Yeah, we'll put it here. Yeah, we're good to go. Oh, what time is it? I've almost done my time. I am so tired. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll save it here, guys. And this, I've almost done the 6 hours, but I can barely keep my eyes open. And the heat is starting to kind of really, get to me now. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just give this a save. So the next time I'm back, I should be finished, what's it called? That settlement. We'll try our hand and we'll see until we get too bored with the rest of them. Then we'll probably... I have Fallout 3 somewhere, guys. I have it on disc. It should be able to work because I've got the Xbox X series. I'll see if I can find it on disc and I'll have that ready. And that will probably be the next game. Kind of looking forward to that one. No problem, Biddle, and thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And you too, Stephen. I hope you have a great day. So, we'll do the usual. We'll do our little raid, and if you could bear with me for a little while till we get that done. I will be back Friday and Saturday, same time. We'll stick. Yeah, we haven't. Well, I haven't streamed much building in this. Just what you've seen today really was mostly questing. So we do a bit of building for a while. Get these done and get it over with. And yeah, most likely Fallout 3. Yeah. So, goodbye, Stephen, Biddle, O'Keefe, Young, and Suburban Werewolf. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. Also, Shelley, Terry, Tigger, and Hufflepuff, if you're watching. Let me see who else. Have a wonderful day, ladies. Also, let's see. I hope we mentioned it, Keith. I hope we did. I hope you have a great... And of course, Pyro. Yeah, have a good one, Pyro. And O'Keefe and Jonathan. And thanks for being here, guys. And of course, Will. Have a great day, Will. And of course, Jaeger and Lazy Boy. Take care, guys, and thanks for hanging out. That's it. That's everyone I can see. I probably missed a few. So I did, guys. My apologies to whomever I might have missed. My pleasure, Jaeger. Anytime. Take care and have a wonderful day. Yeah, if I missed anyone, my apologies to whomever I might have missed. And again, to everyone who was watching and lurking, appreciate it. Yeah, so my next time back here will be for Friday and Saturday again. I'll probably have a good bit done on this as well. I don't know, I might upload the Raider ones. Yeah, we'll see. I might eventually upload those, but I'll definitely be uploading Sanctuary eventually. And the problem with doing it for YouTube here on Twitch, you'd go on live and you'd do it, and then, it's very easy to upload. And that's the only way to do it on Xbox. If it was on PC, you could probably save it on a system without going live and uploading it. It would be probably better to do it that way. But either way, it doesn't really matter that much. There's still some Valheim bases that I didn't upload. I get around to those. Put a lot of work into those guys. We're on those for months. I better get around to that eventually as well. Okay, enough stalling. I'll go straight and we'll do that stream. So have a good one, guys, and stay safe. So let's see if any of our friends are streaming. Who did we raid last, guys? Was it Blonde? I don't know if she's on now. We'll see. But I think it was Blonde we raided last. Now, just bear with me and I'll do this in a moment.